You go one way, I'll go the other. First of us to find some truth, go back and help his brother. Maybe men don't make the war, maybe it's lying there in wait, and all it needed was our mud and blood and guns and guts and hate. Maybe men don't make the war, maybe it's calling all our names. Come ye winners, lose your soul, come ye losers, die in vain. Let's split up. You go south and I'll go north, on a race to do some good. Come back with your report. It don't matter who was here first, it don't matter who was last. All that matters is we're here right now. Could the past just be the past? Bloodshed and starvation, bloodshed, take heed. They all got the same damn God, they just don't know how to read. Maybe war is a God, and we're just superstitious. It's gonna take a lot of blood, boy are we religious. Let's team up. You go one way and I'll come with. Find a way to spread some love. And I wonder if maybe men don't make the war. Maybe war is just a god, and every bullet, every bombshell, meditation's thrown aloft. Bloodshed and starvation, bloodshed and pain. We all got the same damn God, we just call it different names. Maybe war is a God, and we're just superstitious. It's gonna take a lot of blood, 'cause boy are we religious. Get together, let's go look, open your mind. War is over if you want it, if you don't then that's alright. I saw a man who made a war with his right hand blown apart, throw a stick at a machine, it was his final work of art. Seated, bleeding out, his kneecap taken off, and that's the story of the whole world. I can't seem to make it stop. Maybe war is a God, and we're just superstitious. It's gonna take a lot of blood, 'cause boy are we religious. Hey, maybe war is a God, and we're just superstitious. It's gonna take a lot of blood, 'cause boy are we religious.
Oh. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome into the April 2nd. Oh, fuck, I'm already... I got food here. I was trying to eat before I went live. Welcome in, everybody. We are here. We are live. We are queer. We got the Rumble chat popping over here. Okay, I see you guys. I see you guys in the Rumble chat. What's up? What up, no thoughts McGroin? Hello. Rick McGroin Chego, thank you. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Hello to Twitch chat. Yes, this is the first time. Divorced Patriot, you're supposed to be on the other chat. Divorced Patriot, first time chatter. I'm on Rumble. Go over to Rumble. That's where the Divorced Patriots are. Okay. I'm just kidding. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hey, how's it going, everybody? How's it? Let me try that again. Welcome in. Hey, how's it going, everybody? My bad, brother. No, you're good. You're good. You're welcome everywhere. Everywhere you're welcome, including in the Twitch chat. Welcome in. Pigeon, Aaron Swartz, Constance Inc., Humanoptra, Hominoptra. What up, Fellini? What up, Paul? What up, VCC? What up, Cheesy Bread? What up, Mortalk? What up, Horchata? What up, Methyl Solidarity? What up, The World is Bad? What's going on, everybody? How are you doing? What's up with me? Just chilling. Took the night off last night. Had a good time. Watched some shows. We watched White Lotus, the new episode, and then we watched we watched this new Netflix show that a bunch of people are talking about, including Keir Starmer.
No more Oreos.
No
Liberation
more
Day.
Oreos, dude. He fucking promises made, promises kept. He told us there wouldn't be any more Oreos.
Subscribe for 6322907.
Thank you, Cheesy Bread, with the tier 3, 12 freaking months. Happy birthday, Cheesy Bread.
What did you just say?
Happy birthday.
Us cheesy.
Anyway, yeah. So Keir Starmer is upset about this new Netflix show. It's called Adolescence. It's a narrative show. There are only 4 episodes. It's like, that's it. There's no more coming out. It's like final. It's done. And it's 4 episodes that are all one takes. And it centers around a 13-year-old British boy who murders one of his classmates, who is a girl. And it's causing a lot of like conversation on the internet because people are like talking about I don't know, it's like about gendered violence, basically. Andrew Tate shit. They mention Andrew Tate by name. The kid is like involved with some incel stuff. Did you say each episode is all one take? Yeah, I mean, that's how it's presented. It's probably, they're probably cutting during moments, but yeah, it's presented as it's one shot. Yeah. And it's all temporally, like, it takes place in the hour, like, there's no cutting in like the narrative structure. Anyway, I didn't really care for the show. I thought that it was really well made. The performances are amazing. In terms of like filmmaking, it's actually really, really, really impressive. Very, very well made. Very, very good. However, spoilers a little bit, and there's not much that you can spoil with this, even because it's a very like experiential, that focuses on, different like. I don't know what to say about it. I don't think. Yeah, I am on the same page, Bearsilly. I'm about to say this too. It's like, because like, listen, here's how it is to me: is that you are focusing this story about gendered violence entirely, like the film, the show spends, in my opinion, most of the time like fucking talking about, like, they're mourning the boy's future. And there's a dead girl. The show is about a dead girl. And you don't ever see the good dead girl's parents. You don't ever, like, you see her best friend once, and then that storyline goes absolutely nowhere. I don't know. But Keir Starmer was like, we have to ban all ninja swords. It's time to ban ninja swords in Britain. You need to ban the ninja swords. Children should not be having access to ninja swords. Which is like, okay, what? Huh? You sounded like a Dalek for a second there. Yeah, I know. Getting British, real British. Everything's Dalek. Anyway, I did not. I. If you're interested in that kind of show, I would say watch it. But if you like, hearing about the topic that everybody's talking about, I love it when media gets into like a larger conversation. So I wanted to check it out. But I was disappointed. So maybe you will be disappointed too. Maybe you won't. Check it out, maybe, if you want. It's on Netflix. It's called Adolescence. What else? Oh my god, I've been playing the fucking hell. I have been playing the absolute fuck out of... Articles are saying Starmer wants it shown in schools. Yeah, that's not gonna help anything, dude. It's genuinely not gonna help anything. It's not. I can't wait for an encampment on Friday. Ooh, you got the tickets? Hell yeah! Can't wait to hear what you think. Wait, what was I gonna say before Farmer shutting in schools? No. I'm not saying he wants the show banned. I'm saying he wants to ban ninja swords. That's the response I saw of him about the show, was that he was like, we need to ban ninja swords in the country, which is like ridiculous. Like, it's hilarious. Anyway. Yeah, what else? What else is there? Oh yeah, new Switch stuff came out this morning. I watched that as soon as I woke up. Pretty hype. New Mario Kart gonna be $80. Worth. Listen, boys, I hate to tell you this. There's only one company that we glaze in this house. And let me tell you, I do tricks on it, and that's Nintendo. Okay? If there's a new Nintendo thing, I'm buying it. Okay? I'm buying it. I don't care. Boo me all you want. I don't care. Boo me all you want. I would pay $80 for a new Smash Bros. I would pay $80,000 for a new Smash Bros. If I could get a new Smash Bros in my hands and in the hands of all my homies, there's not a number that I wouldn't pay. Who's your main, bro? Maybe this will answer your question. Who's my main? This guy asked me. In the box. Okay? In the box. We're Duck Hunt Dog heads here. I'm the best Duck Hunt Dog this side of the Missouri River, okay? Okay? I love me some Smash Bros, bro. Dude, also, yes, the fucking the Bloodborne sequel. That looked awesome. I don't know what the multiplayer thing is like, but I think we'll have a better idea of what that's like when the new Elden Ring drops. You know? It's problematic that you're stealing the Reddit shelf idea from a brown creator. Brown creators made up Reddit shelves? That feels like a very white thing to do. That does feel like a very white thing to do. Squeaks did? He's a white brownie? Okay, bro. I can't read that. You put that into my mouth. You're lucky I've met you. You're lucky. If I hadn't met you and know that you are also brown, I would take you off of this shit right now. I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna need a picture of your hand sent to my Discord, or you're getting unmodded right now. Anyway, yeah. So I've been playing. Oh, I remember. I've been playing a fuckload of Schedule 1. I thought Schedule 1 wouldn't be fun as like a solo player, but I'm actually low-key having way more fun playing solo than I was with a group. It's a great game. Just started making meth. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, one other thing. I literally just got back. This happened so quickly, or like so recently, that I almost forgot to mention it. But I just got back from a Decarcerate Kansas City base meeting, which was very cool, very fun, very impressive. Getting organized, you know, building solidarity, building community, huge W's. We are cooking up it's a big week for Decarcerate Kansas City, because on April 8th on Tuesday, okay, a week from yesterday, there will be a special election in the state of Missouri and in Kansas City in particular. Actually, I'm not even sure if it's Missouri wide. I think it might just be Kansas City. But there's a ballot initiative for a public safety sales tax. That's what they're calling it. And you know what this public safety sales tax would do? It would give $25 million to the county specifically to build a new jail. Boo! Boo! We hate jails. Fuck the jail. Boo! So that's what they're working on right now. They're organizing, they're knocking on doors to get people to vote no against this new jail tax. Yeah, thank you, Prodigy, for some more info. We can talk about that for a second. Yeah, so check this out. Jail tax outrage. KC's most powerful civil rights orgs denounce jails in a historic stand. Kansas City's most prominent civil rights organizations have come together to issue a resounding rejection of the proposed jail tax, warning it would divert $250 million from vital services, deepen inequality, and revive failed mass incarceration policies. So this is really great. We love the Kansas City Defender. We love Decarcerate Kansas City. Very, very impressive abolitionist organization happening in Kansas City. I'm really excited about, so yeah. But let's start off with some lighter stuff before we get into all of the politics. You know what I mean? Before we get all the politics, let's look at the lib comedy coming out of SNL. I just want to watch one SNL skit because Mikey Madison is on. She's kind of my crush right now. And so she did Please Don't Destroy. And those are usually pretty funny. So let's check it out. Gary. Oh, I thought it was a cat. That's kind of fucked up that they made Gary a dog. Gary is not a dog. Okay, that's fucked up. Gary is a cat. Wait, is this guy a real anal slayer? I think, is this one of you guys? And also, if it's one of you guys, I'm going to need to know right now who decided to name themselves Anal Slayer in the Rumble chat. That is a wild username. Who is Anal Slayer in the Rumble chat? Who is it?
For sure. Just subscribed.
Megatechnics,
I am
thank
Anal
you for
Slayer.
Okay. Okay, dude. I am Anal Slayer. Okay. Okay, everybody's Anal Slayer. I get it. I get it. You're all Anal Slayer. All right.
You enjoy my socialism. Can y'all?
Okay, we're gonna move on to one of our main stories for the night. As people are filing in, we're gonna do a deep dive of Zohran Mamdani's brand new public safety plan that he released on April 1st, like a joker. But he's not joking. He ain't joking. He actually has a very, in my opinion, a very good platform for public safety. So we're going to check that out. But first, Majority Report was talking about Zohran and talking about Crackhead Barney, saying the title is Crackhead Barney is the most important political journalist in America, which I agree. Crackhead Barney is an example, and all journalists should be fucking listening to it. It should. It's an example that you guys should all follow. All journalists should be following this. It matters. It matters. Yeah, we watched this the other day, but we can watch it after too. Wait, is this different? This is a different angle, actually. We'll check that out after.
I'll please show the Crackhead Barney interview with Zohran. Yes. I got to
Mauze Bong, thank you for the gifted sub. Megatechnics, thank you for the tier 1 for 9 months.
ton of enjoyment out of this over the weekend. Zohran Mamdani is just running a phenomenal campaign. He has...
I agree. I also think he's running a phenomenal campaign.
Was the earliest, I think, of any mayoral candidate to basically max out on matching funds. So he said for the rest of this primary campaign, don't donate money to me. And he's just trying hard to work the ground game because he does have some areas to make up. Cuomo is still ahead by a lot in polling now. We've seen how
These games, thank you for the prime.
that can fail.
Brett, you know it's the day after April Fool's, right? Yeah. Why? What's funny?
I think
What's the joke?
this is much more what it feels like the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez race in 2018 versus Joe
Yeah, it's not a
Crowley,
joke. That's serious.
where if you're able to turn out non-traditional voters and if you're able to motivate people who aren't being picked up by polling, you can overcome those massive gaps. And Zohran is doing a phenomenal job in that way. So this woman, and by the way, I guess this is not safe for work. So a lot of language used here. She's a
Dolph, thank you for the tier 1.
performance artist called Crackhead Barney, and she
Is she the person that Piers Morgan booked once?
I
Is that
really
where I've
don't
seen
know.
This person before, I don't know.
But she's just kind of a New York City performance artist who comes up and interviews people in a bit of a provocative, satirical way. And a lot of politicians wouldn't have had the cool, calm demeanor that Zohran Mamdani does here, where he's able to get his message across effectively.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zohran, don't do this shit! Zohran, you have the biggest fucking
Zohran. Jesus Christ, bro.
influencer in the city. What do you think about me storming the mayoral forums? Are you mad? Are you mad at me?
I'm not mad.
What do you think about it? You think I'm crowd chasing? You think I'm annoying? What do you think? Come on, give me a real answer.
The first time I was scared because I did not know who you were.
And now you know who I am.
And now I expect you at the forums.
Okay, good. And what are your other candidates saying? Are they hating me?
I think they also expect you at this point.
Oh, great. So Zohran, who the fuck?
I don't see the appeal of her. Have you considered that she's trying to be unappealing to you? Have you considered that that's how she wants you to feel? You know what I mean? Like it's art. It's performance art. She's succeeding gloriously. Yeah. It's performance art. It's made like her canvas are your feelings. And also like America's relationship with mental illness, with race, with, you know, misogynoir. Like it's all of those things. These are the colors in her fucking paint box or whatever. You know what I mean? The joke is on you for sure. The joke is on all of us. Yeah. I understand. I mean, I feel like you shouldn't be. Here's how I feel about Crackhead Barney. She doesn't really ever do anything that's like objectively like offensive, right? Everything is like offensive, but nothing is like actually like punching down or like being a piece of shit. Like, I think it's mostly just meant to make you feel some type of way. So if you do feel that type of way, I think you're kind of getting got. You know what I mean? Like, the appropriate reaction to this is just kind of like giggle and like move on.
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck? Because you just came out of nowhere, and I'm like, who is this guy? Who the fuck are you?
I'm a state assembly member.
Okay. Okay.
I was elected in 2020, took office in 2021.
Okay.
And right now I am running on a platform to make New York City more affordable.
Okay, Zohran, what are you gonna do for black people? What are you gonna do for the niggas?
What we're seeing...
Black trannies, people like me, annoying in their underwear, what are you gonna do?
Look, every single person in this city deserves to afford to call this city their home. And
Okay.
what we've seen in a crisis...
I feel like that word being said just like activated Rumble. The Rumble algo just heard that slur, and then it was like, and it pumped me into the. It was like right on the front page. Put this guy on the front page right now.
Crisis of inequality, where 1 in 4 New Yorkers are in poverty, where 500,000 children are going to bed hungry, is there's a disproportionate impact.
You have 10K viewers now. I can't even track. I don't even know. How do I track how many viewers I have on Rumble? I don't have like I have 30. Oh, I have 5 views. 5 views, but it says 39 active watching. That's really good. Wait, that's really good. 38 people watching on the Rumble page? That's huge. Welcome in, Rumble heads. Welcome in, Rumble heads. Who are the Rumble heads in here? Shakespeare, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Chuck Dies, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Welcome in.
Nice
Sound Killer, thank you for the tier 1, 10 months. Let's go.
The community.
Do we call them Rumblers? Yeah. The Rumblers.
Colonization.
The rough and Rumblers over here.
Black New Yorkers. From 2010 to 2019, we saw nearly 20% decline in the population of black children and teenagers. And that's because of how expensive we made this city. We are losing the fabric of what we love about this city. And we need to make sure that for black New Yorkers who want to raise their kids here, this is the most affordable and easiest place to do so, because right now, that's not the case.
Okay, Zohran, would you fuck me? Are you married?
Yes.
Emilio Face, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
Are you married to a white woman, Latina, Arab?
She's Arab.
And what are you? Are you Arab, Indian? What are you? You look ambiguous. You look weird. You look weird. What the fuck are you?
I'm an Indian.
You look weird. What the fuck are you?
In Uganda, New York.
Okay, so you're African American. So would you claim the African American status like Elon Musk?
No, I would not.
Why not?
Also, did you guys know that Zohran's mom is like a very successful filmmaker who has like a bunch of connections in like Indian in Bollywood and also like Ugandan filmmaking and an American filmmaking? Like, she's like very well accomplished. Yeah, really. And also like it's funny too, because he's not like using that. Like, there's been almost zero celebrity endorsements or like celebrity usage by his campaign so far, which I think is part of his strategy. He just wants to appear as like a, you know, an everyday kind of person. Also, the lav mic on him.
You're African, but you're African, right? I knew you grew up there. Your middle name is Kwame.
I am. I'm proud to be Ugandan. But, But I think that is misleading.
And whether misleading.
All right, I think we get the gist. I just
He's Ugandan, but like, you're African American.
want to get to that part where he's like, I think that's misleading. Handled that really well. You know, she's a character, very New York character. And I liked getting to know him a little bit better. And I didn't know that about his background. But also, it's a fun clip to kind of
Prodigy, you're breaking. No conservative would ever say elevating. Also, I can't like pull you out from that's really annoying. I can't pull you. I have to pull the whole chat over. Why is my white streamer elevating brown women? There's nobody that's going to say elevating on Rumble, dude. They don't think like that. You have to think differently.
Talk about...
Okay, Chungle, listen. You're correct. I'm not asking you to be more accurately racist, okay? That That is not the intention of that call out.
The overall story about what happened over the weekend in this race. I just sent some footage if we want to play this a little bit. Over the weekend, the Working Families Party endorsed 4 New York City mayoral candidates, including Zohran Mamdani, but also Adrian Adams, Brad Lander, and Zellner Myrie. This is important because in the 2021 mayoral primary, there was not a lot of strategy, and there was an effort at the 11th hour basically to coalesce behind Maya Wiley, but it was way too late, and Eric Adams had already kind of taken the mantle and won over different constituencies and ended up being the candidate.
Zohran is the reason that Americans will have a high opinion of Gujarat. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Arun? I don't have any opinion about Gujarat because I don't know what that is. Is that bad?
Then we also saw how disastrous that was.
Oh, Modi's home state. Oh, okay. It's like a region of India that Zohran is also from?
Why I'm a fan of this strategy is that it's making clear what voters who are opposed to particularly Andrew Cuomo winning in this primary need to do. And they're using this acronym DREAM. Don't rank Eric or Andrew.
Is Zohran white or not? No. He's not. I don't think anybody's thinking he's white. He's definitely Indian or like South Asian. Okay. The Rumble chat is changing you guys. The Rumble chat is changing you. It's not changing me. There's nobody else. It's just you guys in the Rumble chat, and then you're bringing that attitude. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
For mayor. And this is really important for people to understand. In ranked choice voting, to maximize the efficacy of your ballot, you have to fill out all 5 slots. But if you don't want Andrew Cuomo to win, and Eric Adams to a lesser degree, I think he's a little bit cooked, but for argument's sake, leave them both off. And just for, the sake of the...
Wait, are there any New Yorkers who can explain this to me? Why is it beneficial to put all 5? Why does that make your vote more meaningful? I would leave shit blank, dude. I'd be like Zohran. That's my rank choice.
City, leave them both off. To maximize the strength of your ballot, you have to fill out all 5 slots, but not with either of those 2 candidates. So with Zohran Mamdani being the clear frontrunner of the 4 WFP endorsed candidates, it makes it so that it's less likely, if the word gets out here, that somebody might rank Zohran 1 and then Andrew Cuomo 2 just based on name recognition, or Eric Adams 2 or 3, whatever, which would strengthen Cuomo's...
Ranking Cuomo last is better? Is that true? I thought it was don't rank Eric or Andrew. I thought that's what they were saying. Don't rank either of them.
Count in the second round in ranked choice voting. But here's a bit of the rally over the weekend with these 4 candidates walking arm in arm at a press conference.
All right, we're living the dream. Living the dream.
Yeah, it's ranked choice.
So you see there, I think this is really good for Zohran, selfishly. Obviously, rank him first. And then some combination of the WFP slate, and also Ramos is a candidate that you can throw in there. But it's really important for people to understand not to rank Andrew Cuomo at all. You may know him by name recognition, and you may rank him 5th out of 5. But don't do that. Don't rank him at all.
You may not do that.
Please don't. But please do fill out all 5 slots. I hope that's clear for people.
It's interesting. I'm in the tank for Zohran. It's interesting that They only named 4. When
It
there's-
Do Americans play Red Rover? Brother, that was born here. Ain't no way y'all invented Red Rover. Red Rover is an American game if I ever heard of one.
5 spots available, and Ramos didn't get that, who I would have assumed would have gotten a nod there. I wonder what... I'm not super interested, but I am vaguely curious about what happened there.
I'm
We invented basketball. We invented baseball.
As well, but we shall see. Some reporting will likely
Football.
come out about it. Teacher Dan 20, please keep spreading the word about how to keep Cuomo off the ballot. Sooner or later he'll start blaming Soros too, I bet. The Millrine. Emma, what you're describing is bullet voting in the non-ranked choice context. For example, if you could only vote up to 2, then you would, but you want 1 to win, you only vote 1 and you undervote the ballot. All right, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but my point.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem with doing. I don't know. Making voting more complicated is never going to be better, in my opinion. However, ranked choice voting is better. But this is like gonna confuse. If you even start to have this conversation with anybody that you've just knocked on the door of or interrupted their day with a phone call, their eyes are glazed over and they are committing to not voting. You know what I mean? I'm just as somebody who's done voter outreach many times, people do not respond well to like instructions, and I actually think like. Like I said, I think ranked choice is better. Single, you know what I mean? It is more democratic. However, I think just making it easier in general is like the best way. Like, just make it easy to vote. Just make it super easy. Just make it super easy. And I think California does this pretty well. With they mail you your ballot ahead of time. So like when I was knocking on doors for Bernie or for any of the candidates that I've canvassed for in LA, a lot of times they'll be like, hey, have you gotten your ballot yet? And then they'll be like, oh, well, what would you like to fill it out right now? And I can't tell them who to vote for if they're filling out their ballot, but like I can I can encourage, you know what I mean?
Point earlier still stands in terms of the strategy going into.
And that's a lot of time. A lot of times when I was canvassing, especially for Bernie, because we could collect ballots when we were canvassing for Bernie in California too. So I would like literally knock on doors. They would answer. I'd be like, hey, I'm here with the Bernie campaign. We're trying to get as many people to like make a plan for voting and like vote for Bernie as you can. Most of them would be like, oh, fuck yeah, I love Bernie. Genuinely, most people would do that. But in LA, I could be like, okay, let's fill out the ballot now, and I'll maybe be like, here's a voter guide that I really like, fill out the ballot, and then I'll just take it for you, and you'll be done with it. We can do it right now. And a lot of people would be like, oh, okay, great. And then I would come in their house and like stand in their kitchen while they filled it out at the dining table and stuff like that,
This race. Nassau County spokesperson. Did you guys see New York WFP endorsements? Adrian Adams over Ramos. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. I'm a fan of Working Families Party. I think they could strengthen their case by, say, leaving. I think both Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand were they on the WFP slot this time around?
Probably Gillibrand.
But, with this kind of resurgence of energy within the base, I could see them moving away from, broadening who's allowed under their umbrella.
Couldn't opposition pose as Bernie canvassers and toss them out? I mean, that would be illegal. It's illegal to throw them away. You do have to collect them, and you have to deliver them. They write on their document, like on the ballot. No. It's legal. It's legal In California, I promise you. Because like there's like a thing on the ballot. It's like somebody else is delivering my ballot for me. They write my name on there. Like and then they sign it and shit like that. Yeah. Oh, you mean tossing them is illegal? Yeah.
Just to kind of strengthen the party.
I mean, I wasn't like they didn't have to. I was just like, if it makes it easier for you, you can go and mail it on your own. But a lot of people were like, I just want to be done with it, you know. And it's just a ballot sitting in their stack of mail that they don't read, you know. And the election day will come and go, and they'll just forget about it. You know, it's huge. But yeah, there's also a website to confirm whether your ballot was delivered and not and counted and stuff like that. So
selective in the coming years. Will from Indiana, he's so good at this, even though he may not win this go around. I'm praying he does, of course. I think he's setting the blueprint not only for himself, but future Democratic, Socialist, and left-wing candidates, as well as Kat Abugazala running in Illinois' 9th district. It's clear the playbook is getting set before our eyes, especially dealing with things like AIPAC and fascism. One of the few things that gives me hope in this time, left is best.
Another day, another Trump attack on base.
Okay, so we saw that about Zohran, and I wanted to use that as an opportunity to jump into Zohran's. Oh, if you want to rewatch the rest of the Zohran and Barney.
Don't do this.
Zohran. 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 Wait, why did it break? Holy shit, you're for real. You don't have to answer, but are you doing this because of the tax-free crypto payments Rumble is starting to do? Supposedly a lot of smaller creators are going to join Rumble for that reason, but I didn't think they were serious. What? I haven't heard anything about that. No. I haven't heard anything about that. Tax-free crypto. Wow. No, this is not a...
Don't do this.
All right, fuck this video, bro. It's cursed. What the fuck? It's actually cursed. Okay, anyway. Wait, is everything cursed? What is going on? What is going on? One second. I guess I'll just close. Don't pause. I didn't pause it. Thank God I was full screen. Joan is posting some spicy pics on the Twitter timeline. I'll tell you that. Goodness. Anyway. Zohran, here we are. I had a tweet here that kind of popped off. Holy shit, an American politician that is actually taking a principled and evidence-based position towards police and harm prevention and advocating for the slashing of OT funding for the NYPD. Zohran really is that fucking guy. And it's true. So let's watch this video he put out yesterday, and then we're going to dive into his actual policy platform on the NYPD. This is really important. I just want to, before we start this is really important because the city of New York's biggest expenditure is the New York Police Department. Clearly. And it's really important that like a mayor, any mayor that you would want to elect to a position like this has a very clear position on the police, because for a lot of cities, the mayor is the person that is responsible for the police funding. In many ways, in more ways than one. Not only are they establishing the budget in LA, like the mayor makes the budget, the mayor's office makes the budget, and then they send it to the city council to vote on it. But they're also typically they are the ones who are negotiating with the police federations, the police unions, even though they're not unions because they're not workers. But whatever, we move on from that. But so they'll be in the negotiations, which is where the police budget is like tied to. Because in these budget negotiations, they will like make agreements on salaries, on overtime pay, on all of these different things that are formal commitments and contracts that the city is liable for. So having a mayor who understands this and is more is more important, like is actually fighting for this shit. And has an understanding of this, it really matters. It really, really matters.
Every New Yorker deserves to be.
NYPD budget is 6 to 10 billion out of a 100 billion annual budget. That's a lot. First off, that's a fuckload. That is a fuckload. What is a higher expenditure for the city of New York than that?
Be safe. And today I'm announcing a plan to deliver exactly that. Public safety is created by stable homes, good paying work, and well-resourced neighborhoods. Addressing these issues are at the core of our campaign.
Boom. Immediately, he said crime is caused by lack of access to resources. Crime is caused by lack of access to resources. And these problems are what we're addressing with every single other part of our campaign. We're already dealing with public safety because we are going to make you less precarious. We're going to have you in a less precarious position so that you can, you don't need to commit crime. People don't need to harm you, like education and shit. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how it is in New York, but in LA, education is like a different section. It's like it's not typically considered in the city's budget when we're talking about that. And that could be for different reasons in different cities. So a lot of times the county will actually be in charge of education, or the city's education budget is a separate budget than the budget that the police budget is included in and is voted on.
But we must also aggressively pursue evidence-based strategies that prevent violence and crime before they occur. I will create a Department of Community Safety, the DCS. This new agency will coordinate a whole-of-government approach to protect New Yorkers like never before. We will invest in citywide mental health outreach and crisis response, expand gun violence prevention programs, address hate, and tackle homelessness. The DCS will make public transit safer, placing dedicated outreach workers in our subway stations, transforming vacant commercial units to provide medical services and connections to long-term care, and investing in transit ambassadors to assist New Yorkers on their journeys. There will be visible, trained teams in our subways. Their presence and their work will make all of us safer. Police have a critical role to play, but right now we're relying on them to deal with the failures of our social safety net, which is preventing them from doing their actual jobs. It's one of the reasons so many crimes are left unresolved. New Yorkers deserve a leader that treats public safety with the seriousness it deserves. I invite you to learn more about the Department of Community Safety at zohranfornyc.com.
Cut it too early there. Just, hey, listen, the comms team can't be perfect, all right? You cut it a little bit too early. That's okay. That's okay. But then we get this document, okay? We get document, Department of Community Safety, introduction. Okay, so we're going to go into this. We're not going to read every single word, but we're going to read the most important parts. Most of this beginning stuff is what was just covered in that video. However, they did have this. So police have a critical role to play. They need to quit their jobs and join the working class. But right now we're relying on them to deal with our frayed social safety net, which prevents them from doing their actual jobs. What are their actual jobs? I wonder. What are their actual jobs? I wonder. There's a lot of dogs that need to be shot out there. You know what I mean? If these dogs don't get shot, who will shoot them? Come on. Let's be real. Shitting their pants? Yeah, well. That's a byproduct, okay? The second that they quit their job, the pants shitting will stop. Okay? And I'm no doctor, but the numbers they only affect cops. So anyway, it's one of the reasons that only 39% of crimes are solved, and police response times are over 20% longer than they were in 2022. I actually want to look into this. NYPD says, so this is a lie. NYPD says it solves 39% of crimes in NYC, but many more on Staten Island. If you look up, like in nationwide, you'll find this. Police solve just 2% of all major crimes. This is nationwide. So the idea that they're doing 39% in New York is pretty laughable. Pretty laughable. But the difference in these things is that this study that they're citing here, it also accounts for crimes that aren't reported. Okay. It accounts for crimes that aren't reported. So the NYPD is probably only accounting for crimes that are reported, that reports are made for, which is abysmal. Like thinking that 39%. Also, yeah, that is funny that it's not 40. They could have done some they should have just made it 40. Police 40%, just to like fuck up the Google, you know? They should have just made it 40. The DCS will coordinate across city agencies, including with the NYPD, creating a whole of government approach to improve safety outcomes. The DCS will oversee moving the below existing city offices into department jurisdiction, allowing us to cohere these programs and fill cracks in our systems. The budget for the DCS will be $1.1 billion, approximately $605 million of which represents transfers of existing programs into the DCS, and $455 million of which represents new funding needs. It will be funded by better use of existing funding, finding government efficiencies and cutting waste, combined with newly generated revenue where needed. Read on to learn more about the core directives and the focus. So it's going to take the Division of Public Safety, the Division of Victim Assistance and Community Repair, which I think this one's new, and all of these offices, and then combine them under the Department of Community Safety. So for mental health, too many New Yorkers currently experience mental health issues, and with little access to support, suffer in subway stations and on the streets. The task before the city is to provide real solutions for people in need of mental health support. By making the largest scale commitment to mental health service provision in New York City history, we're keeping this city and its streets and subways safe. This is huge. I don't know how many times, if you've been on my stream for any amount of time when we've talked about abolition, I have talked about a mass investment that's desperately needed in this country in mental health services. Whether it be addiction therapy, rehabilitation, domestic violence therapy, like all of it. We need massive, large scale investment in this. And this is abolitionist. Like this actually is providing people that off ramp that we've talked about so many times. Like abolition, in my view, is making it so easy to get off of these paths towards harm, right? That most people don't go down the path towards harm. You know, I think a lot of people like think of crime as like this, like, you know, a lot of people for the Rumble audience, you guys, you know, the Rumble audience thinks that crime is, inherent in people's brains, and that some people are just evil and are born criminals, and so they do crime. But for us in the Twitch audience, like, we understand that crime comes out of material conditions. You know, like these things, people make choices to harm others because they don't have enough, or because they're going through a mental health crisis that is untreated and they don't have the resources to treat that, right? And so we can do that. We can actually do so much more than we are to help with mental health services It really, 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 really is a critical part of this. New Yorkers are facing unprecedented mental health concerns. Mental health needs have increased in New York City. Research suggests that in recent years, a greater percentage of adult New Yorkers have experienced problems functioning due to negative emotional or mental experiences compared to before the pandemic. As of 2022, 13% of New York adults have depression. Furthermore, 34% of New Yorkers are diagnosed with a mental illness report unmet. 30% of New Yorkers with a diagnosed mental illness report unmet mental health needs, i.e. not receiving as much treatment as they needed, not receiving it as soon as they wish they had, or not easily accessing it at any point due to cost. That seems really low to me, but maybe that's just because I'm a broke boy and have never really been able to access the mental health care that I needed at any time that I needed it. Critically, there's a shortage of mental health providers in New York City. Per the NYC Mayor's Office for Economic Opportunity 2022 report, the most severe shortages include providers of color, those who can support New Yorkers who speak languages other than English, and those who provide evidence-based treatments. That's fucking wild. Evidence-based treatments is like one of the most severe shortages of mental health providers. That's terrible. And transgender youth in particular suffer from higher levels of suicidality than their cisgender peers. 82% of transgender youth have thought about suicide, and 40% have attempted to take their own life. To provide people with a preventative and ongoing care, the DCS will establish a new community mental health navigators program across the city, establishing outposts in every neighborhood with community mental health navigators who can facilitate connections to care. Huge. Having somebody who can advocate for you and help you to get the care you need. I can't tell you like how many times when I've been at my lowest, when I've been like super depressed, having such terrible anxiety, can barely get out of bed, and I'm reaching out for help, looking for therapy, trying to like improve my situation. And every call you make, every rejection you receive is feels like a stab in the heart. And like, it's because my brain is broken. Your fucking brain is broken. And then they say, well, you're going to have to navigate your insurances. Like, you're going to have to navigate the American healthcare facility, like infrastructure, which is insane. The American healthcare, it's so toxic. It will, if you weren't depressed when you started, don't worry, we'll get you there by the time you get therapy. Like, that's how it feels every time. And anybody who's tried to get care in this way, So I think having a very well outfitted group of people who can help you to navigate this, very, very important. Create more peer clubhouses and support existing ones. Peer clubhouses are peer-led, voluntary rehabilitative programs that provide supportive environments for individuals with serious mental illness to connect with one another, build skills, and participate in activities that run the clubhouse, fostering recovery and a sense of belonging. Clubhouses have been community anchors, successfully addressing mental health issues in New York for over 75 years. At Fountain House, the city and world's largest peer clubhouse with 2,000 members, participants are 35 to 45% less likely to end up in the ER or hospital. Medicaid costs are 21% lower for comparable serious mental illness. Members are 56% less lonely and have 50% greater employment rates. Overall, it costs approximately $4,000 to provide services for each member annually. By contrast, that's roughly the same amount it costs for a 2-day hospital stay for people experiencing a mental health crisis, or 3 days on Rikers. This is great. This is like the one thing. Like I don't know. I'm hesitant to like be so hyped up about a city campaign. But like this is actually such good abolitionist rhetoric. This is genuinely very, very effective and good abolitionist rhetoric. They like compare it directly. Make it a direct comparison. What does this cost us, to put this person into prison? Because what is the jail cost? This is the whole thing. You know? This is the whole thing. It costs us as taxpayers more to put people into jails than it does to just like plug them into a community that already exists like this, and to fund these communities. Make sure that they're widespread enough that anybody who needs them can join them. Allow for smaller sites to flourish. Reversing Mayor Adams' request for proposal criteria, which restricts smaller programs from receiving city funding. W. Let's move on. Expanding evidence-based acute crisis intervention. Every New Yorker should have someone to call, someone to respond, and somewhere to go in a crisis. 911 mental health calls have skyrocketed in the past decade, increasing by 37%. Meanwhile, studies show that NYC neighborhoods with mental health care provider shortages call 911 to address mental health concerns 27% more than areas without shortages. This is also true of areas with higher rates of homelessness and poverty. This burdens police with being mental health first responders, a role for which they are not equipped, and encounters which, in fact, too frequently lead to police violence and even death. Since 2015, at least 20 New Yorkers with mental illness have died in police interactions. Since 2017, violent incidents between police and people in mental health crises has increased 36%, almost the exact same rate that calls to 911 have increased. Very interesting. Very interesting. An estimated 40% of the 6,368 people in city jails have a mental health diagnosis. That's not leadership, it's abdication. Jails are not places where people can recover from a mental health crisis, and they often have punitive responses to mental health needs. About 60% of people in jails nationwide who have a history of mental health conditions do not receive treatment while incarcerated. They face more discipline than their peers and spend 3 times longer in solitary confinement. Incarceration worsens people's mental health outcomes, and a single day in jail makes someone more likely to be rearrested. Yes. These people, like, police should not be the response to these things. Ever. Ever. And it's also like, I say this a lot too, but like everything that you would think that police do that you might want to defend, like, I promise you that there are social workers who are also doing that exact work and not using violence. You know what I mean? Like, teachers have to like physically subdue kids who are having a mental health breakdown all the time, and they're not allowed to beat the fuck out of the kid. You know what I mean? Like, this is true. This is just true. You know, like, people operate with compassion and address these same risks that police use to justify their violence. And they just don't use violence, you know? Overhaul the Be Heard program. Be Heard, the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, currently deploys health professionals, including EMT and paramedics from NYC Fire Department and mental health professionals from NYC Health and Hospitals to respond to 911 mental health calls. Move the program into DCS jurisdiction and reform it to be more effective, including a peer counselor on every team, use of trauma-informed care, and a focus on long-term stability, i.e. using diversion centers whenever possible. Expand the program so that every neighborhood has a team, and the 20 neighborhoods with the greatest need have 2 to 3 Be Heard teams, representing a 150% increase in funding. Yes, we do need to increase the funding big time. Okay, let's move on. Reducing homelessness is big. I would love to see a mention of public housing in here, but I don't think there is. Currently, the city neglects a housing first solution in favor of jailing people. More than 2,500 people held on Rikers Island each year need access to supportive housing. The city spends $1.4 billion to incarcerate them, while it would cost just $108 million to provide them with supportive housing. Less than 8% of jail expenses. By expanding supportive housing beds and deploying DCS officers to help direct people experiencing homelessness into them, we can greatly reduce homelessness and save money. He's right. He's right. The last thing I wanted to look into this was, this part's pretty interesting. The DCS will further a division of New York City that is free from hate violence, especially given rising anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian hate crimes, and LGBTQ hate. No one should experience violence because of their race and ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Hate violence is not just an individual problem, it is a collective one. And city government must be invested in not only being a part of the solution, but ensuring we dedicate the necessary resources to preventing hate violence from occurring. The DCS will oversee increased funding for hate violence programs from $3 million currently to approximately $26 million, an over 800% increase. Hate violence has increased across our city, with 669 hate crimes incidents in 2023. The spike represents a record high over a 10-year period and a 12.6% increase from the previous year. Islamophobic and anti-Semitic hate crimes are on the rise. NYPD data shows a 73% increase in anti-Muslim hate crime incidents in 2023 compared to the previous year. 65% of all felony hate crimes targeted Jewish New Yorkers in 2023, and all but 14 of 145 incidents of aggravated harassment in the first degree were committed with an anti-Jewish bias. In addition, gay men, Black New Yorkers, and Asian New Yorkers are also some of the groups most targeted by hate crimes in 2023. Strengthen the school bias response team to include educators, mental health professionals, parents, and students, ensuring a comprehensive and community-based approach. I do think this is important. A lot of that does come from like education and also like early intervention. You know, like when somebody is being racist in a school, you know, I think they should get taken aside and be put into like a compassion bias response, you know, education model somehow, you know. This is the one I really wanted to talk about because I have people come in all the time when we're talking about abolition and be like, well, what about like, you know, what about battered women? What about like, you know, rape and sexual assault? Like, and it is a question that deserves an answer. However, I think the answer is like maybe not as satisfactory as some people want, because I think a lot of people think of abolition as something that we want tomorrow. We want it to happen tomorrow. And while that would be great, you know, to get rid of cops in prisons tomorrow, I don't think it's like a realistic goal, because there is actually more, you know, this is a cultural issue. Violence against women is a cultural issue. You know, the lack of respect for consent is a cultural issue. We live in a rape culture. And so this stuff is going to take generations likely. However, this is how it starts. And there are things we can do better today. And I think this is honestly one of the best parts of this platform here. While fighting for long-term change to end violence, DCS will ensure the city adequately serves victims and survivors. The total cost for these investments is $40 million. More than 55,000 New Yorkers each year seek services from Safe Horizon, the main agency tasked with supporting New Yorkers affected by crime, domestic violence, sex trafficking, and other forms of abuse. Mayor Adams' 2025 budget, which took effect July 1st, cut $3 million from Safe Horizon. Intimate partner violence affects 16.7% of New Yorkers. This means that intimate partner violence, defined as using physical, sexual, emotional, or financial abuse, coercing, controlling behavior, or stalking, is one of the most common forms of crime. Human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs across the country. In New York, the National Human Trafficking Hotline identified 412 cases in 2023, affecting 845 victims. 62% of these cases were categorized as sex trafficking, 1% labor trafficking, and 23% as a combination of both forms of abuse. Many cases go unreported, especially for undocumented New Yorkers, including immigrant trans women. To better serve victims, the DCS will conduct a review of current Office of Crime Victim Services programming, better coordinate services and expand programming, particularly housing options and comprehensive supports for survivors of sexual violence, while leveraging the existing Family Justice Center network. Connect Safe Horizon to the CMS system and double its funding, as well as that of other crime victim assistance programs. increase funding for family justice centers, including expanding mental health services to be offered to all survivors. Ensure that community mental health navigators and other mental health providers in the city are connected to and can recommend victim support services. This is particularly important as only 29% of victims of any crime and only 37% of victims of violent crime in the city report receiving any mental health support or counseling. And this is also like something really important about abolitionists is that like we are focused on the victims. We are focused on the victims. Our current society, our current justice system is entirely focused on the perpetrator of the violence. And I think that's backwards. And I'm not saying that these people's behavior doesn't need to, should go unaddressed. I'm not saying that at all. I think the behavior needs to be addressed. We need to do whatever we can to make sure that person does not commit harm again. However, I think more often than not, you can do that by actually providing the resources that the victim needs. And I think cops would agree. Because I think a lot of times, like the cops' least favorite part of doing this work is going to domestic violence situations and the knowing that something needs to change about this situation, but they can't offer the woman anything. They have nothing that they can offer the woman. The woman is tied to their partner because they're either both on the lease or even worse, he's on the lease and she has nowhere else to go, and so for her, like, she called the cops because she thought he was going to kill her. And then the cops show up and they're like, well, do you want to press charges? And then she's like, well, not really, because he pays the rent and I don't have the money to pay the rent. And if he is in jail, then we're all getting evicted and I'm going to be on the street again. Like there's a problem here. Okay. It's way too common of a story. And the problem here is not that this person, doesn't deserve justice, or that it's our system has no interest in actually addressing the problems that cause this precarious situation for the victim. And so having a more extensive victim pipeline, something that we can actually, when these kind of situations happen, we can go in and say, hey, we have a place for you to stay, either for tonight or for the week. And at that place, there's going to be food. You can bring your children, you bring your pets. There's going to be compassionate therapists there. There's going to be people who can help you to get out of this situation. That stuff actually will do so much good. So much good. And so I'm stoked. I think this is a good platform. It's not abolition. It's not like we're going to just abolish the police today, tomorrow. But I think this is for the first time in my life, this is a major city politician who is genuinely taking steps that will actually prevent crime, that don't rely on policing and don't rely on jails as the first path in that, And also, I mean, it's worth saying that he did say he's going to eliminate the department's huge overtime budget and also get rid of the strategic response group, which is the specific group of NYPD that has been attacking protests across the city. I think that these are massive W's. I think these are incredible W's. So yeah. Anyway, that's going to wrap up our Zohran coverage. I am going to start a video and then go get some water because I was yapping a lot. Just now and my throat is a little parched. However, we have we have more Fox News melting down over Hot Wheels. They're losing it. Who will think of the Hot Wheels? Chat. Who will think of the Hot Wheels?
Come on, bring it on. Bring it on.
Elon Musk rocking a cheese head as he drives the left crazy. Over 200 Tesla takedown protests erupting over the weekend, with liberals smashing toy Tesla cars, hurling Nazi accusations at every Cybertruck they could find, and others busting out a Tesla two-step outside the dealerships, getting down to the electric slide. While their comrades burned down the electric cars, Elon Musk is still shocked by all the hatred.
Isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy? And yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me. I'm like, guys, you know, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. It was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards to George. Say hi to George from me.
But who's actually got time to sing dopey protest songs outside a Tesla dealership? According to Business Insider, it's a bunch of liberal boomers who traded their tie-dye for NPR tote bags. Quote, I attended 2 Tesla takedown protests. One generation showed up more than others. I noticed that the crowds in Ann Arbor and Troy were primarily people over the age of 65, white and retired from jobs that depended on public funding as teachers, professors at local universities, and social workers. Jessica Tarlov, how many Teslas did you torch this weekend?
Toys or big ones?
Both.
None. I am happier to see the smashing of a toy, though,
Good.
rather than the real thing. So I think we're making violent progress in all of that. And senior citizens are always the most engaged. They vote the most and they turn out to protest the most. So none of this is really a surprise. What was a surprise, though, was hearing Elon Musk, who's in Wisconsin because he's trying to buy an election there for a Supreme Court seat. And he's saying, you know, where are the Soros?
Oh, good. This is a good one. Focus. I wonder if better sloganeering would have helped over defund the police. I feel like a normie who hears that think about the idealized police they see in TV shows and movies and is scared of leaving a vacuum for crime to flourish, whatever. For Vietnam, it was FTA, free the army as a slogan with more wide appeal. But something like relieve the police have not been immediately vilified. It's like the pro-life thing, the word choice matters. No, I think defund the police is a good slogan, and I'll defend that. I understand what you're saying, but in my opinion, okay, I think that the problem with defund the police as a slogan was not the words itself. It was exactly what we were asking for. And if you look at different, if you look at different polling around 2020, when this whole conversation was popping off really hard, they would ask people, like, do you support defund the police? There were a bunch of polls that did this, right? Where it was, do you support defund the police? And it'd be like 40% yes, 60% no. And then they would ask in that same survey with the same people, do you support reallocating funds from police budgets to community-based programs? And it would flip. It would be like 70% yes, 30% no. You know? And so, in my opinion, if the slogan is, if there's such a big difference in the slogan and the actual policy that the slogan represents, that is a problem of messaging, but it's not the slogan's fault. It's not the slogan's fault, because we do want to defund the police. And if it wasn't a good slogan, then why are Republicans constantly trying to bite it? Abolish the Department of Education, right? Defund the FBI. Like, these are all slogans that conservatives bit and used, right? If it's not a good slogan. So, in my opinion, where that comes down to is cowardice. It comes down to cowardice from progressive leadership, from people who were in power, who had voices, who understood the position, but didn't want to lose any political points by actually explaining it to voters and advocating for it. I don't think we had enough effective communicators around that time. That's in my opinion. I think the policy the policy was widely supported. However, Fox News and police budgets and police propaganda is unbelievably common. It's ubiquitous in America, right? Propaganda is everywhere. And so all of those avenues of propaganda, united, and the left's propaganda avenues are abysmal. They're generally non-existent, but even the ones that are there, they were too cowardly to genuinely advocate for it and explain it to voters. I mean, listen, even Hassan is still in this thing where he's like, oh, I'm not an abolitionist. Like, he shits on abolitionists as often as he can, dude. As often as he can. Anytime the police come up, he's like, gotta shit on abolitionists. It's like, why? I don't understand. He shits on anarchists. Yeah, but I think it's a little different, I think. Cause I think he has an understanding of what anarchism is and respects it and respects the people who fight for it. But I don't think he knows what abolition is. I think his opinions on abolition are genuinely based in not truth. And I wish he would have a longer conversation with somebody like Lolo or Olayemi even that would actually explain it. I don't know. Virtually all Dems definitely do not actually try to lead or convince people enough. Yeah, this is exactly the problem. I agree. They're just focus grouped down as soon as they see something seems unpopular, they drop it. They don't stand on principle. Exactly. And this is a problem. We should support policy not because it's popular, but because it's the right thing to do. We should support policy not because it's popular, but because it will benefit the most amount of people. And it's your job as a politician to explain that to people, to make the case. I feel like so many politicians have just genuinely given off, have given up. So many politicians have genuinely given up on actually advocating for the things that they believe in. They are playing catch up to the focus groups, and they're they're trying to catch ideas that are already out there and catch ideas that people believe in. And it's no, you need to make people believe in your ideas. I think there's a different thing, because listen, these people, voters are not omnipotent. They don't have the all-knowing power to understand policy. You went to the policy school, you went to college, you studied this in your own, you learned it by organizing. You have expertise in this, and you should be able to communicate that to people. I don't know. I think, yeah. The Republican base literally takes all of their policy from their leadership, and the Democratic base scrambles to adopt the policy that they think their base believes. They never are advocating or telling their base what the policy should be. I don't know.
Operatives, but we're basically at Musk operative level. So he's the biggest donor by far and away, nearly $20 million given. And there's a chart that you can all Google and pull up, and it shows the other people who've donated. The Democrats down there at the bottom of it with, a couple $1 million that they've thrown in there versus Musk.
Also, I love the conservative coverage of this, because it's dude, this is so silly. They're breaking fucking Hot Wheel cars, man. This is the worst that you have. And then, so they're playing this footage, and then the other thing is the people talking who are just going to be This is domestic terrorism, sweetie. This is domestic terrorism, okay? It's like, what? Huh? How is this domestic terror? Like, what? It hurts Elon's fifis. No, true. And think of all the kids. Think of the kids who could have been bullied at school when they bring their Tesla Hot Wheel in.
And what he's not telling people is that he is in the process of suing to overturn a Wisconsin law that prevents Tesla from operating and owning dealerships there in Wisconsin. They only allow third parties to be the ones that are operating them, not the auto manufacturers themselves. So it's about his own interests, which is the same thing as getting more of these government contracts. And everything that he's accusing the other side of doing, he's actually doing himself. And we're going in circles about this. The Republican National Committee, blind eye again to what Musk is doing. They were threatening to sue over a group that is handing out ice cream cones to college kids in support of Susan Crawford, who's the Democratic candidate. They said that was, quote unquote, election bribery. But Elon Musk handing over literal $1 million.
100%. Most voters don't have much bandwidth. If there aren't visible people telling them why a thing is good, they don't have time to dig deeper. They need to be fed a little, yes. Because they have their own job to do every day. Politicians' jobs are to know this stuff and to still explain and advocate for it. Exactly. 100%. 100%. And also, it's like we're counting on our politicians to do this. They aren't. So there's that. And then it's like the voters are all watching fucking SVU. They're all watching like FBI, CIA New York, CIA Miami, CIA Hawaii. You know what I mean? Like they're all watching all this like propaganda every night. And so like their idea of policing is based on movies and TV shows that are completely fucking fake and created to make them, you know, to make them like fucking feel a type of way about it. Like, you know, so we have our work cut out for us, big time. But that's okay. It's not, we are here for the fight, you know? Nobody ever said it was going to be easy, okay? It's okay. We are going to fight and we're going to win.
Is no big deal.
Oh, okay.
Citizens United, where are you?
I don't care. Judge Janine.
I don't care. Thank you so much, Jesse. You're such an asset to this team. I don't care. Jesse, you're on the news, dude. We're talking about your I don't care is like the only thing you can't say right now.
Know that there was something wrong with suing and using the courts and the process if you're prevented from selling a car in a particular area. I think that's the right way to handle it. I think
To
what
buy
the
the election,
Democrats
to buy the seat?
to sue so that he can sell his car. That's what you were referencing. But this whole thing, I mean, it just goes to show how inauthentic they are. I mean, whether it's the singing or the protesting or this guy, the one guy here, he's dancing with a stick that has a swastika sign on it. So he's like two-stepping with a swastika sign. I mean, these people are idiots. But the thing that concerns me most is the silence on the part of the Democrats. To me, silence.
It's so true. It's so fucking true. These Democrats need to stand up for the Hot Wheel toys. Okay? How many Hot Wheels are they going to allow to be broken? It's despicable. It's despicable. How many Hot Wheels are they going to let a 70-year-old white guy hit? Okay? No more. I say no more. Give me Obama's number right now.
Is acceptance. And the acceptance and the rare Democrat who will come out and say, I don't support this kind of thing. Or
I'll say it.
Or torching or.
I'll say it. Leave the Hot Wheels out of this, okay? I'll say it. It's unacceptable.
Or any of this incitement. It's too rare, but it's what the Democrats do. It's a party that's filled with hate. They don't use the courts. They instead, whether it was from the George Floyd riots to the occupation in 2020 in Seattle, Washington.
Oh, let's go. We're still talking about Chaz. Let's go. We're still talking about Chaz, baby.
Kenosha riots in Wisconsin, where over 100 businesses were destroyed. The attack on the federal courthouse, where it was a nightly riot at a federal courthouse, to Inauguration Day, where there was police vehicles and businesses set on fire, to Antifa attacks at Berkeley, riots at the Supreme Court after the Dobbs decision, the Atlanta Cop City. I could go on. I'm going to bore you.
No, please go on. Please keep going on. Please keep going on. Also, chat, if you're in here, Arab Pop Tart, thank you for being, I don't know what that means, a monthly supporter. Don't sub on the Rumble. I'm not trying to give my PayPal or my bank info to Rumble. Please, just sub over here. Gift a sub in the Twitch, okay? Don't give me money on Rumble. Do not give money to Rumble, please. Okay?
Who the Democrats are. They are haters. They use violence. They don't know how to use the courts in a way to protect their own rights. And it is disgusting. And the Molotov cocktails and everything they're doing is a violation of law in our institutions.
Is it unproductive to lib out to conservatives who say that shit and simply respond January 6th? I don't care. And maybe this is illegal to say, but if January 6th was about Medicare for all, I would be about it. I don't know. I'm less of a, like, I'm not nonviolent. I'm not a pacifist. You know what I mean? Like, and listen, like here's the thing about it. Okay. They're not against violence. Like, none of these people have a principled anti-violence stance. None of them do. They're not against violence. Do not let them claim that they are. These people have supported every police murder that they have ever watched. They've supported every bomb dropping on Gaza that has dropped. Okay? Like that, they have one answer to every single problem in art that they've ever seen, and it's violence. Okay? That's their only answer. That is literally the only answer that they have ever thought of. Is violence. Okay, so you don't need to give them any thought when they're fucking browbeating about, and like, look at what they call violence. Look at this. Look at what she's like. The dichotomy, it writes itself, man. It's hilarious. You're looking at a bunch of fucking old liberals, dude. Look at this. Like, look at these people, man. This is not a riot.
Day where
this is not a riot, man. This is like a fucking old folks home. This is a field trip for an old folks home. Like, what are we doing? Like, you don't have to respond to that at all, dude. You really don't. They're pearl clutching about like the most weak hashtag resistance bullshit that we've seen in years. And listen, I am not here shitting on these protesters. I think this is awesome. In fact, I think we should be paying more attention to the Tesla protests and to the, you know, the pro-democracy like protests happening across the nation. I think it's actually important. I think you should be organizing at them. I think you should be going to them. You should come with a fucking clipboard, and you should be getting names and getting email addresses and, you know, like organizing those people. These are people who are so angry with the state of the world that they're leaving their house to go to a protest. That's very rare in America, okay? That's rare. Especially if you're in one of these rural areas. Like, there were apparently, I just read an article from the KC Star. There were 3,000 people at a protest on Saturday. I didn't even know about it. In Kansas City, there were 3,000 people at an anti-Trump protest. Like, yeah, you should be organizing those people. We should be organizing liberals. Wait, we got it. We got one. We got a live one. We got a live one in the Rumble chat. We are the Mujahideen. Wait, is this real? I can't tell which one of you guys are you guys and which one are real Rumbleheads. You literally have a watermelon on your mic talking about violence. What's violent about watermelon? Are you a homosexual, Cinemarxism? I'm bi, yeah. I've sucked a dick before. Your dad's. I sucked your dad fucking dry last night. He came and nothing came out, bro. It was wild. It was wild. My dad died, so thanks. Oh, fuck. That explains it. That explains it. Yep.
Was police vehicles and businesses set on fire, to Antifa attacks at Berkeley, riots at the Supreme Court after the Dobbs decision, the Atlanta cop city. I could go on.
Wait, but that's got to be one of you, though. That has to be one of you. We are the Mujahideen. There's no way a chud has that as his name. You guys are so easy to clock. Your comments were real, though. You almost got me. You almost got me.
I'm going to bore you, but this is who the Democrats are. They are haters. They use violence. They don't know how to use the courts in a way to
It's bad in banana.
their own rights. And it is disgusting. And the Molotov cocktails and everything they're doing is a violation of law in our institutions.
Yeah, like wait, these people threw Molotov cocktails? That's what you would have footage of that if that happened. That these old people brought Molotov cocktails that they were throwing.
And I hope that Miss Jasmine Crockett.
Are the chats on stream merged? Fuck no. I could not put the Rumble chat on here. Although I haven't seen anything that's been bad. But I know the second I put it on stream, it's going to be bad.
That she was happy with her day of action because it didn't seem to come to much at all.
Greg, were you surprised by the level of protests? Shocked? Did you not care?
Well, I was out on Saturday. It was a beautiful day in Lower Manhattan.
Coward. Patriot. Wait, this might be an actual Nazi. I don't think people in my chat would do the 88 dog whistles. We might actually have a live one.
My family.
Patriot.
Large family. We went out. We got breakfast. We walked through Soho with the dog and the baby. It was really nice. It was objectively serene. 6 blocks away, there was, I think, a protest at one of the Tesla dealerships, but I felt a million miles away because it makes me think. I like to get as close as I can to this human element, like what possesses people to fill up their lives.
No, I was born in 88. Chatter in the Rumble chat. I don't care if you were born in 1988. You weren't born yesterday. Unless you were born yesterday, I think everyone on Rumble knows what 88 means and we all know what you mean by that. Yeah, he was born on the 14th month of 1988. Exactly.
And how can the resentment be so easily directed at a fresh cause? This is transient activism. It's 1 month it was against the police, then it's the Palestinians, then it's climate. Now it's
Long
Tesla.
live.
Ooh. The only thing you can.
Disrespectful Hairline, thank you for the gifted sub. Arab Pop Tarts, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you all.
Do as a normal human being is kind of just gawk and just walk by. There's not a lot of these people, but I think the difference between the left and the right is that I would say since the late 1960s, the cry was we're making politics personal, that the things that you vote for are reflective of who you are. So no longer could Republicans and Democrats kind of hang out together, play golf together, work together. The left, instead of
You're watching Fox News, but you don't like my name? Yeah. Your name, whatever. I haven't banned you, have I? So just shut the fuck up. You're fine, whatever. Make an actual argument and then, earn your spot. Yeah, we're laughing at Fox News because they're sitting here talking about mass violence happening and showing a bunch of 80-year-olds doing the like shuffle. They're talking about they're saying this is domestic terrorism. And that's really funny. Like, this is very funny. I'm sorry. Like, you're little babies. Like, you're actually children.
Focusing their dislike for the policy, they focused their hate for the person who holds that policy or holds that vote. Therefore, if you're a Trump voter, I can hate you. I can chase you in a subway and take your hat. Imagine living like that. So if somebody does,
dude, they keep talking about this video. I can't believe this must be the most successful psyop of all time. Holy fucking shit. I have to find this. They take your hat in the subway. Oh my God. I have to find this. How do I find this? Somebody find this. MAGA hat, subway, escalator. This better fucking find it. Yeah. Wait, there's like a whole genre of them. What the fuck? New York Post. Even New York Post is like, yeah, this shit is fake. Literally, the New York Post is saying this is just fake. Like, wait. Okay, the Rumble chatter just said, just because the left doesn't know how to do terrorism doesn't mean it's okay to destroy property. Are you talking about the Hot Wheels? Are you talking about the Hot Wheels, dude? That you're crying over broken Hot Wheels? You're 5. You're 5 years. You have to be 5 years old, right? Like, you really think you're concerned about that?
With you, you hold resentment for everybody, and it can be easily targeted for anything. Someone once said, and I said this on Friday, you hate this sin.
What up, Lycan McGroin? What did Elon ever do to these pussies? Maybe if they had any income coming, they would unforstand. True, brother. Too bad they don't have any income coming because they got fired from their federal government jobs. Actually, they probably do have income coming because almost all the people who got fired have been now placed on administrative leave while their lawsuits are being settled. So the government is actually still paying them. The only difference is that they're not working. So that's fucked. That's really bad for us. 5 inches deep in your mom. Okay, chatter. 5 inches, dude. If you're gonna lie on the internet, you need to lie better. Yeah, that's 4 bigger than mine.
The sin and not the sinner, because the underlying belief is that we're all kind of basket cases. We all got problems, but you can see the problem.
I still can't trust anyone on here. I need to do a private Rumble stream. I've realized I can't tell who is actually real and who are just people coming from my Twitch chat being fucking dorkos. 5 inches, but his balls are enormous. True.
You can look at.
Also, I had the better, like, your dad. You know what I mean? You can't hit me with that after. I already hit you. I said I sucked your dead dad's dick and nothing came out.
At these people.
He came, though. That's for sure. That's for damn sure.
And you can go, this isn't about Tesla. This isn't about the climate. This isn't about the police. These people have underlying spiritual, family emptiness. And for them to just so easily fill up that hole with rage, with something.
Yeah, right, Maple Takes?
The judge said it was whether it's the George Floyd riots or even like trans extremism, you can see that there is something definitely wrong with them. So,
trans extremism? What does that mean? What is he talking about?
Someone wrote a book about that.
What was the book called?
Get It Together.
Get It Together.
Oh,
But I
I
think,
read that book.
Don't you find it interesting that once identity politics kind of like fizzled out, we now have a division by class? It's now a class warfare thing. But you also...
Uh-oh. Now we get to the truth. Now we know why it bothers them so much. Now we see. Aha. The book is opening. The slip up. I don't even think it was a slip up. They're just like, listen, here, you thought identity politics was bad? Wait until they come for the billionaires. Wait until that fades away and a multiracial, multi-generational, trans folks, queer folks, straight folks, cis folks, wait until they all get together and come for the rich. Then it's going to really be a problem.
also saw very few blacks in these protests. And
okay. Okay. The hard B. But also it's like, dude, you're doing the identity politics. Wait, so the protest is not woke enough because there's not black people there? Like you're a liberal. You're doing the liberal thing, dude. Yeah, wow, not a very diverse protest, I see. Huh. Looking a lot like a DSA meeting over there in that protest. You know? Wow. Not a very diverse group you got there. Maybe you should examine the things and the reasons why black people don't feel comfortable in your organization.
And I think because they learned from BLM that it was all BS, that they got burned once. So what you see.
Oh, yeah. Wait, black people learned from Black Lives Matter that protesting is all BS. And so now they all are Republicans?
Age. Unwell, disheveled loners. We're crowdsourcing the unwell. We're using people who have nothing to lose for whatever purpose it is politically, and they just direct it at the latest target.
Yep.
Katie?
Well, to Greg's point, as the old saying goes,
Couldn't at all be that this guy hit 2 Sig Heils at the inauguration and then has since, like heavily aligned himself with the neo-Nazi party of Germany. Couldn't at all be that, right? Or maybe like his absolute gutting of essential government initiatives. Couldn't be that.
when the only tool you have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. And that's exactly what they're doing. Elon Musk is a smart guy. I don't know why he's surprised about this behavior from the left. This has been their standard operating procedure for decades, going back to the Weather Underground, which then got into.
She's like, I love that she's like, yeah, I don't know why he's surprised. I could see this coming from a mile away. He's the smartest guy that's ever existed.
The university system, which then trained all these people who are now older and retired.
Something doesn't make sense.
And that violence is okay so long as it's for the right political cause. But there's 2 types of protesters you're seeing. You're seeing the retired white boomers who are like taking their last stand of activism. But then you're also seeing the trained professional agitators who are getting paid to do this, who are setting these dealerships on fire, throwing Molotov cocktails, getting.
What? Wait, hold on. There's been absolutely zero proof of any of the acts of violence or vandalism or property destruction. Any of that is coordinated, much less paid. And that's also that's not what you're talking about. They've done this entire segment where they keep like talking about people like doing property damage, and then like the thing that they're showing is like this. It's like, what? Why aren't you have footage of burning Teslas? That must not be good for Elon's brand, so you're just not showing it? Like, what's that?
violent, doing more than keying a car, putting gum on a Tesla. And the only way this is going to stop is when there are consequences for their behavior. So in states like Florida, it's a felony to vandalize a vehicle. So the people are learning a hard lesson there. And in states or cities where the prosecutors are soft on crime, the federal government and DOJ, Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel have said, we will come after you and throw the book, and we'll treat this like domestic terrorism, because that's exactly what it is. One thing.
How is it domestic terrorism? Can somebody in the Rumble chat explain this? Patriot, can you explain how it's domestic terrorism? Like, what is that? What is that? I don't understand that at all. How is spray painting a swastika domestic terrorism? Also, don't you think that kind of like just devalues? How is it not? Because nobody is harmed? I think an important part of terrorism is like people being hurt or like dying. Nobody's died or even been scratched or even like not nary a paper cut. How is it? Like what? Huh? Okay, here's. It's the intent. The intent is not to harm anybody. They're intentionally doing it after hours of the facility being open when nobody's around. That's like definitionally not meant to harm somebody. Wait. Yeah, and how do you prove that? That's a good point too. Okay, but here. Let me just say. So terrorism is bad. Okay? I think we can all say that. Do you not just see how them politicizing the concept of terrorism? Okay? That like by politicizing the concept and the charge of terrorism, that like they're making it meaningless? That maybe by doing this, if you're going to charge 90-year-olds doing the cha-cha slide outside of a Tesla facility with terrorism, that maybe next time the person who would do something like very, very tame, like go to a protest or maybe, you know, like put a sticker on a car or something like that, like they might do something more extreme now because the results are the same. Do you not see how that works? Do you know what I mean? Libs used to love Musk when he was making electric cars. The second he started questioning their trans agenda, they all turned on him. Okay, libs did love Elon Musk. But I think it was not even the trans stuff that really bothered them. It was the like Nazi stuff. I think a lot of libs were with Elon until he started supporting Trump. And then he did 2 Sig Heils at the inauguration. Made sure to turn around and hit it extra hard for the back ones too. Like, come on, you guys can't be that stupid. You have to admit that was very clearly a Nazi salute.
Wisconsin Supreme Court race. You know, Elon has put money into that race, but Susan Crawford has also gotten tons of money from outside groups, and she has openly said she needs to win.
So it's okay to hate people for their political ideologies? Nazis? Yeah. Nazis? Yeah. 100%. They want to kill you. Like, if you are not exactly their in-group, which always is going to get smaller and smaller, they want to kill you. What about love and tolerance? That's a great point. I love my trans friends and my undocumented neighbors so much that I fucking hate anybody who would want to come after them. That's how love works. If you love someone, you defend them to people who would wish to do them harm. Is Brett responding to Rumble right now? I'm lost. Yeah. I can't put the chat on screen because who knows what they'll say, but don't you want to love Nazis and make them learn they wrong? No. I would love for them to learn that they're wrong, but that's not my fucking job. They should change and learn that they're wrong. But no, that's not my job. Is that was Jesus meant when he said love your neighbor, kill Nazis? Yes. Yes, dude. God is vengeful. God is vengeful. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus came not to bring peace but a sword. He said that. True. He fucking he did some property destruction. Matter of fact, he did some domestic terrorism. Okay? He came in, he went into a church and he fucking broke their tables, bro. Okay? He flipped that shit. If there's a window, he would have thrown a brick through it, I bet. I bet he would have. I bet he would have. That's true.
In that seat because she wants to take away 2 congressional seats by redistricting from Republicans. So she's doing it for her own political ambitions, not to uphold
74 rumblers. God damn.
Interests, but so did the Democrats.
God damn.
I'm just saying he's.
Wait, we got some fucking motion. We got some rumble motion, dude.
Up there and saying, like, I'm the innocent guy here, and it's George Soros that's doing this, that it's denying the fact that he's the single biggest money influence in this election. And they also tried
he's pretty open about the money influence he's giving.
Well,
it's
not the reason
money.
for it also. He doesn't get up there and say, oh, I can't, my Tesla dealerships can't operate here. I can't run them. He's not talking about that at all. And Susan Crawford, I don't know, that's like her personal goal. Like she's going to run for the congressional seat, or she understands
she
the
has
control.
said we need to take the controls of the district.
You're welcome. Thank you, Anal Slayer, for viewing my stream tonight. Anal Slayer.
So we can take away Republican.
Okay, you guys don't have to type the view count every time it changes.
Republican seats, and Hakeem Jeffries also has confirmed it.
All right, that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Okay, I'm not touching the Kanye interview. I'm worried for you guys over there. If we look at the Kanye, even just images of it, I'm worried about it. I'm worried about it. Instead, let's talk about Israel. Let's watch this new Uncivilized video.
2023. 2 posts. 2 corporations.
What is this?
Zohran, quick question. The Zionist terrorists at Columbia, what are you going to do about the Zionist terrorists terrorizing the children at Columbia? Palestinian kids are asking.
I am going to stand up for First Amendment rights across this country. And I think it is a damn shame that we have seen a former Columbia student in Mahmoud Khalil. Be dragged and disappeared and detained.
This is a new one. I haven't seen this one.
At an ICE facility in Louisiana, 24 hours after he wrote to the Columbia administration to say that he was fearing for his life.
Yep.
And every student.
Wait, also, Rumbleheads, shout out about this one. How do you feel about watching the First Amendment just be trampled? What is the thing that it lets you sleep at night? As people are being like black bagged and disappeared across the country. How do you justify it?
Across this country deserves their First Amendment rights to be protected. And it's important that we have a mayor who stands up and says that, because right now we have one who is refusing to even call for the release.
What do you think about
He's an illegal. He doesn't have First Amendment rights. Okay, well, you're wrong about that. The many U.S. courts have established that everybody in America is protected by their constitutional rights and has, these rights are God-given, damn it. They're actually not dependent on your citizenship. However, let's just set that aside. Don't even talk about that, because like 300 people were sent to an El Salvador death camp, and they never had any due process. So that means that they were never able to prove whether or not they were citizens. So none of that matters. If you don't, if there's no opportunity to go to court and explain your citizenship status, then illegals don't get due process, libtard. Okay, but you understand that by saying that, like, without due process, you are never given the opportunity to prove whether or not you are a citizen or not. Also, Mahmoud Khalil was not illegal. He was here legally. And like all of the people that are being targeted for their First Amendment rights, that First Amendment thing we're talking about, these are all legal residents in America. These are legal residents. If you're a citizen, then why do you have to prove it? Because a bunch of armed men showed up at your house last night and broke down your door and stole you. That's why you have to prove it. They're going to send you to El Salvador. If you don't prove it, they'll send it. They'll ship you to a death camp. Dude, if you can't prove it, then they'll send you to a death camp. That's why. You have to prove, you have to be able to prove it. You know? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You can't just have, like, citizenship is not something that you can just tell on a person's head. Yeah, this guy that the fucking Trump administration specifically said was mistakenly deported. And now they're like, well, nothing we can do about it now. Nothing we can do about it now. He's here. He's here. Nothing I can do about it. They said, whoops. By the way, one of the main like sources of evidence that they're using to deport these people is that they have tattoos. Okay. This is one of the main determinations of whether or not people are in Trinidad. I don't know if you have any tattoos, but it's important to know that in the wake of "We will deport random people with tattoos," actual Venezuelan journalists who study Trinidad say that the gang doesn't have identifying tattoos at all. It's literally just something Americans made up. This is the main form of like identification that ICE is using to determine who is Trinidad. And Rana Rizquez, a Venezuelan journalist who reported extensively on criminal groups in Venezuela, published the definitive book on Trinidad, said, "The truth is that a tattoo identifying Trinidad does not exist," she told me. Trinidad does not use any tattoos as a form of gang identification. No Venezuelan gang does. In Rizquez's views, tattoos are a completely unreliable indicator of someone's criminal proclivities. Rather, they reflect the contemporary fashions and socioeconomic class. Most young people in Latin America these days have tattoos, she said. Often, they imitate those of celebrities. A watch in reference to the Argentinian soccer legend Lionel Messi. The phrase "Real hasta la muerte," in homage to the Puerto Rican singer Anuel AA. Both of these symbols appear in ICE documents. Rizquez went on, "People get a tattoo because it means something particular to them." Like, they're just disappearing people, man. You all wants to pretend that all immigrants are innocent. Yeah. When they're peddling drugs and violence, you don't have any proof of that. And if you did, you would go before a court. And like, this actually has happened always for a really long time. People get arrested. These things are illegal already, you know, peddling drugs, violence. These things are already illegal. We were actually investing a fuckload of money into policing and prisons and our justice system. You know, if you get caught doing those things and you're not a citizen, you get deported. People were deported under Biden. 6 million people were deported under Obama. And yeah, immigrants, by DHS's own standards or own statistics, immigrants do way less fucking crime than natural born citizens in America.
You think Colombia? What do you have to say to Colombia? 3 things. Fuck you, Colombia. Fuck you, Israel. What do you have to say?
What I have to say is that we need to see a little bit more courage
Uh-huh.
from our leadership in this city. And we're not seeing that right now. And what I mean by courage is to stand up for the First Amendment. And we're looking at videos of unnamed, unmarked cars pulling up. And so there's a puddle here.
Yeah, I know, I see it. All right, go. Yeah.
Pulling up and dragging students off the street. One of them, it seems, for the crime of having signed an op-ed. And that's disgusting and that's terrifying. And we still don't know the charges for Mahmoud and for many others because there are no charges.
So do you think that Colombia's pussy?
I think that Colombia needs to stand up for the bedrock of what this country is,
And
which
that's
is the First Amendment.
All right.
Well-
So can you say free Palestine or
He's actually doing great here.
Israel?
What I'm saying is it shouldn't be controversial to call for equal rights. It shouldn't be controversial to stand up for the Constitution. And yet, these kinds of institutions are feeling like it's beyond them to say even things as simple as that.
Okay, what do you think about
Yeah.
viral video? What do you think about
No, everyone is in lockstep agreement. Goose stepping, if you will.
viral video?
Agreement about this.
Mahmoud, I need some money. Can I get some GSA money for the viral video? 1.5 million views.
Can I get some DSA money?
Is that your bodyguard, Mahmoud? I mean, who's the fucking Zohran? Zohran, is that your bodyguard? Then who are you?
It's my communication director.
So what do you think, communications director? I made him go viral.
Everyone likes him.
Likes him. Where's my money? Where's my cut? What are you doing?
If you're looking for somebody who says, "Where are my crumbs?" that's Eric Adams and his associates. We are running a campaign purely about principles and about making the possible real. And that's what we're doing.
Do you think you have any chance of winning come June 24th?
Absolutely. If I didn't, I wouldn't be running.
So you're second to Cuomo. What do you think about that? I tried to get to Cuomo.
Who the fuck has the camera? Wait, have you guys never seen? Okay, this is Crackhead Barney. The person doing this interview is Crackhead Barney. Venmo Crackhead Barney.
Upstairs? No.
She's a like performance artist / political provocateur, and she does this kind of bird dogging with everyone.
You can get another viral video.
Not happening. Sorry. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Where are we going? Where are you going?
We're going to our office, but we can't.
I think this is real.
An intern? No. Can we do like another Monica Lewinsky?
Sorry.
How about, blue dress?
No, that's about it. I gotta take him up. I'm sorry.
You're not gonna let me in?
No, I can't right now. He's gotta come.
Spilled bag of ice. How far down the list do you think white American cisgender men who are leftist Twitch streamers are? Asking for a friend named Bert and another named me. I think it'll be there will be signs. That's where I'm at with it. I think we'll have fair warning or notice. I don't know. Okay, we've watched all of these on stream already. We got to get back to it. Let's get to uncivilized. I think there's how McDonald's and Starbucks lost $18 billion. I think this is about the boycott campaign. So let's see.
Billions lost. 10,000 kilometers apart. Two of the world's largest restaurant chains.
Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order?
Wait, also, Rumble chat. I'm just gonna throw this out there to the Rumble chat. Okay, Rumble chat, if you're listening. Snow White. Okay, go.
Made a decision that would cost them dearly. They waded into a global event of seismic consequences. They chose the wrong side, and they triggered a firestorm. What started as a social media backlash spiraled into a full-blown financial disaster. One that shattered their reputations and wiped out $18 billion in value. This is not a classic story of David versus Goliath. This is a grassroots rebellion.
It's amazing.
Big corporations almost always win. But this time, they lost. Badly. And this is how it happened.
You know,
anyone bite? No, I started talking about Daily Wire. I don't know what stream they're watching. I don't know what stream they're watching. They all started yapping about Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire. Someone said it was run by unfunny Jews, which you're not wrong, but I hated the way you said it. I really hated the way you said that.
Very puzzled by the constant.
I think it was it's the context. And just like pointing out the Jew part, that's, yeah. We know, you don't need to say it like that.
Which the world is showing for the Palestinian people and is actually showing for these horrible, inhuman animals.
These individuals are savages. You don't need to take the gloves off, turn the place into a parking lot.
I think Lycan McGroin is a fake account. How do I look up like how old these accounts are? Can somebody see how old that guy's account is? I think this is a chatter. Some of you are LARPing way too hard. let me just say that. All of these are fake. I don't think a single person isn't from Twitch. I don't know. I think maybe one of them. Except Patriot. Yeah. I think Patriot could be real. Also, I think April 2nd. Yeah, that's a fucking chatter. Caught. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Click on the photo. I can't. Look, if I click on them, it just like it sets it up to at them. I don't know. I don't know how to use this site.
היא תסתיים במיגור התוקפנות והרצע והרשע של הנאצים החדשים.
סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם. נוהגים בהתאם.
עלו והצליחו. תכסחו אותם כמה שיותר, שלא לשים מהם זכר. שלא הם, לא אמא שלהם, לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם. אסור להם לחיות לחיות האלה.
These weren't just fringe opinions. They reflected a broad sentiment within Israeli society. And Omri Padan was no different. For over 30 years, Padan had owned the McDonald's franchise in Israel, with its 225 locations scattered across the country. So McDonald's Israel took to social media and made a big announcement. They were donating 100,000 meals to Israeli soldiers, a contribution worth $1.3 million. This came at a time when Israel was starving Gaza.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור.
Oh yeah, you didn't know about that? There's like a bunch of images from Gaza. If you're ever like, you know, feeling weak in your BDS commitment, yeah, there's images of like IDF encampments inside of that, where inside of Gaza that they left, that were posted by Palestinian journalists, where it's just like littered with McDonald's shit. Like they come in and just like, you know, gorge themselves on McDonald's while Palestinians are starving. Yeah, it's fucking gross.
To fight the pain of hunger.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't lying. McDonald's donated like a fuckload of meals and money and has been like directly fueling the IDF.
The young who each day go out to feed their families.
When Palestinians didn't have anything to eat, McDonald's was literally feeding Israel's war machine.
Yeah. Now Starbucks, I think, is going to be a little bit more interesting. I'm excited to see what they say about it, because I Was Starbucks ever actually on an official list? Was it? It was? Okay.
This complicity sparked outrage.
McDonald's are giving free meals to the Israeli because like nothing will make you feel better after killing a bunch of Palestinian kids.
I think it was a solidarity boycott for the labor movement. Yeah, I think right. People were upset with Starbucks because of their union busting, but I don't think I've seen it on like an official BDS list for Palestine.
What started as anger on social media
This you? This you? This you? This you? This you?
quickly turned into a global call for boycott.
Like 5 people in there. Free Palestine.
Now, in today's episode of Your Boycotts Are Working, I'm at the Minneapolis airport and check this out. I'm in line to order, barely anyone sitting there. Way to go.
Do you know what that tastes like? Like a company that doesn't support genocide.
Oof. Mind your business. That's hard.
Branches in Arab and Muslim countries scrambled to distance themselves, but it was
Starbucks was giving food to the IDF in the same way. Really? Listen, I think we will like
had already been tainted.
Like he's gonna show this. He's gonna talk about it. It's in the title, you know. So we're gonna get the info. Just wait.
Boycotts soon turned into protests.
You can't hide. You make this for genocide.
Boycott McDonald's! McDonald's, you can't hide. You're supporting genocide.
McDonald's wasn't just losing credibility, it was losing money. CEO Chris Kempinski admitted that the boycott was having a meaningful impact on business. Sales were tanking.
Wait,
not just in the Middle East,
I can.
but also in France, Malaysia, and Indonesia.
Wait, I just can rip it.
For the first time in
you can literally just click and drag it to your desktop.
Quarterly sales.
The flossing Trump. You can just click and drag that to the. Yeah, I'm gonna yoink that. Guys, we converted McGroin. No, I called him out. He was role playing as a Rumble chatter, but he wasn't. I knew he was really a Twitch chatter. I don't think we've gotten a single real one. It's unfortunate.
Sales target. The stock price plummeted by 4%. Within hours, the company had lost.
None of the all of the McGroin ones are instantly like clocked because you guys all watched the interview with Rhizome, or you're from Rhizome's chat and you know about the McGroin meme. I don't think we're gonna find a real McGroin out here. Okay. Trungle over here. Chungle McGroin. They don't even go by McGroin. It's McGroin. It's McGroin. Even Patriot, I don't believe, because his account was created like a day ago. Yeah, join today. Join today. I don't even think this is a real one.
$1 billion in value.
It's one of the gay chatters. You guys think so because he said the F slur with a PH, but it's a gay chatter who feels like they've reclaimed it. I promise you. That's like the safest slur. Come on. It is.
This was.
Stop. No, it's true. It's true. Listen, I want it to be a real Rumbler also. Yup, I'm gay and autistic, guys. Please don't cancel me. Yeah. I told you. No, Patriot88 is also somebody in the chat.
Catastrophic. And what was Kempinski's response? Blame the boycott on misinformation. Instead of pulling out of Israel, McDonald's bought back the Israeli franchise, hoping to end the controversy, but the damage was already done. and the boycott continues to this day.
I'm not really one for boycotts, but I have been persuaded. I think it comes down to what aligns with your values and about doing the right thing as compared to wrong.
Yeah.
And I think in this instance it's quite stark because, seeing starvation, I am now more careful where I spend my money, where I do not spend it, where I choose to shop.
This is proof that ordinary people, when united, can take on a big corporation and win. McDonald's wasn't the only casualty. Starbucks would fall even harder. October 7, 2023. A bulldozer smashed through the Gaza fence. A viral image of Palestinian fighters pouring through. And then a single retweet. Solidarity with Palestine. It came from Starbucks Workers United, the union representing thousands of Starbucks employees. 40 minutes later, they deleted it, and what came next was an absolute firestorm. In 2021, a wave of unionization took place in Starbucks stores all across the US because of terrible working conditions, low wages, and workplace harassment. This led to the formation of Starbucks Workers United. But Starbucks opposed these efforts and fought them tooth and nail. Can I be honest? The coffee is the shit.
True.
In my research about corporations implementing stock prices, I came across Elon
Okay, we're
Musk
going to ethical reacts. Chat, while this ad is playing, please take a second and go and support the stream, or support this channel. Uncivilized is one of my favorite channels on the entire internet. It would really mean a lot to me if you guys supported them as well. Please go support this channel here. I'm gonna go pee real quick while the ad plays. But ethical reacts. We do love an ethical react.
But I didn't know what to make of it, so I went on Ground News.
Also, if you feel like it, support this stream by subscribing for $5.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Maybe your Twitch Prime is up and you can... Do not support on Rumble. Do not. A, don't give your money to that fucking platform. And B, I'm not giving my payment info to that platform. So your money will not reach me. Please just gift us up on the Twitch channel.
The sponsor of this video, to search more about the story and learn what was happening. Ground News gathers news articles from around the world in one place and shows you their political leanings, reliability, and ownership. The news of Trump and Elon having a car show at the White House was actually widely covered with 540 sources. The majority were from the center, like this headline, President Trump buys a Tesla in support of Elon's baby. While left-leaning articles were critical, like this headline from the HuffPost, which reads, Trump shills Musk's Tesla cars outside White House, buys one. News articles from the right were more supportive, like this one from The Blaze that says, Trump plans to buy Tesla vehicle to combat illegal boycott from leftists and to support Elon Musk. Ground News is an essential tool we use for our research and to learn more about different topics and perspectives. You can get the same unlimited access Vantage plan that I use for a limited time by scanning the QR code or using my link, ground.news/uncivilized. Don't miss out on important stories and make sure to click the link in the description.
At this time, the workers at this Starbucks will be walking out and going on strike.
Now, the company saw an opportunity to crush Starbucks Workers United. First, they condemned the tweet. Then, they escalated even further, suing their own workers for trademark infringement. The union countersued for defamation. Starbucks had miscalculated badly. This wasn't just a legal battle anymore. To many, the Starbucks lawsuit was an attack on pro-Palestinian solidarity and a form of corporate censorship.
Crazy.
A global grassroots call for a boycott erupted.
Genocide! You make drinks for genocide!
Do you know what that tastes like? Like a company that doesn't support genocide.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was Starbucks coffee. I do not drink Starbucks coffee. I boycott Starbucks, and you all should too.
Palestina!
It's been brewing for decades. Howard Schultz, Starbucks' former CEO, was a vocal pro-Israel supporter. In
No, Tactera, I gotta change their minds, bro. I need to go into the heart of the beast, bro. Okay.
For strengthening U.S.-Israel relations, and as a result, in the early 2000s, protests erupted all across the Middle East, forcing Starbucks to shut down all its locations in Israel. History was repeating itself, and the impact was swift and severe. By November 2024, Starbucks started seeing a 6% drop in its international sales, and by the end of the year, its stock price tanked by 9%, a loss of $11 billion in value. Following that, Jordan and Malaysia started closing down their stores. The company overseeing Starbucks branches in the Middle East fired 2,000 workers, but the biggest blow came in the summer of 2024. Net income was down 15%, and the company's shares had fallen by 18% since the beginning of the year. That's when Starbucks fired its CEO. And despite its new leadership, the company continues to suffer under the ongoing boycott. Starbucks thought it could silence its workers and outlaw Palestinian solidarity. It thought it could ride out the storm, but it underestimated the power of collective action. The fallout wasn't just about profits, it was about a fundamental shift in power. This isn't the first time corporate giants have fallen to boycotts. During apartheid South Africa, companies like Shell, IBM, and Barclays faced massive global boycotts for their role in supporting the racist regime. At first, they resisted, but as the pressure grew, they collapsed.
Student protests were the biggest the nation had seen since the Vietnam War protests of the 1960s, and succeeded in pulling hundreds of millions of dollars out of corporations doing business in South Africa.
The lesson? Boycotts work, and the same forces are now...
Yeah, but the lesson for the Israelis? Never let this happen in America. Never let this happen again. They learned what worked, and they were like, we need to fight this preemptively. That's why you have a lot of laws in many states in America that explicitly like prohibit you from boycotting, which is weird. But yeah, you have all of these, and then also like the reason that the colleges, the universities is mostly like fucking held firm, and we're just like, yeah, we're just gonna tank our entire like reputation nationally, internationally. We're gonna just fuck it all up, and we're not gonna divest. Do you know how easy it would have been for them to make a fucking phone call and divest? Like last April, all of it would have been over. It would have been finished.
Now at play with Palestine. Israel is terrified of boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. It sees what happened in South Africa as a cautionary tale for its impending collapse. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars fighting them, lobbying governments, and branding any call for boycott as anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism. Let us call out the BDS movement for what it is.
The government even created a ministry tasked with fighting
Chuck Schumer.
Them. Through propaganda campaigns, pressuring corporations, and legal battles against
Wait, what?
Propaganda campaigns.
Oh. Ben and Jerry's. I was like, wait. I thought this was a boycott Ben and Jerry's thing. I just saw it for a second, and I was like, huh? Wait, people are boycotting Ben and Jerry's? But then I realized it's a boycott of a boycott. Checkmate. They're saying you should boycott it because they're boycotting. Just don't buy anything, and then you own everybody. It's like, listen, I don't like to talk about it too often, but like, you know, I don't like to toot my own horn here, but like, I've been boycotting Tesla for like my entire life. I know. Okay. You don't need to be, you know, I understand. Yeah. It's just one of many sacrifices that I've always made. OMG, how? It was hard, but you know, it was the right thing to do, and I knew that way early. So, you know, just keep your head down, and you know, that's terrorism.
Campaigns, pressuring corporations, and legal battles against pro-boycott activists. In the US, over 35 states have passed legislation penalizing individuals and businesses who boycott Israel. These laws were heavily backed by pro-Israel lobbying groups funded by the government in an attempt to silence dissent by equating economic protest with discrimination. And despite all these efforts, Israel has been unable to stop the growing momentum of boycotts around the world. And history has shown us, once a boycott movement reaches critical mass, change is inevitable. From the boycotts against apartheid South Africa to the Montgomery bus boycott, consumer movements have shaped the course of history. Now, we're also seeing it play out with Tesla in the United States. Corporations wield immense power, but only as long as the public allows them to. McDonald's and Starbucks lost $18 billion because they bet against people. They gambled that their brands were too big to fail, but they failed to recognize the strength of united movement. This is more than just a financial loss for two companies. It's a message. The fight isn't over. Boycotts rage on. And if history tells us anything, this is just the beginning. Because when people demand accountability, no one can stand in their way, and no corporation is safe.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Good video.
Hypothetically.
Good freaking
Let's say
video.
I've been main-
Okay, we're gonna actually put this on the block here. I do want to watch this from Crimes New Roman. I've never seen that channel before, but r/Asmongold and the Modern Hate Epidemic sounds really good. I think our chat in the Rumble stream would also really love it. But instead, I need to deliver on the thumbnail I made for the Rumble stream, and so we need to talk about Batman and Birth of a Nation. 2 Raiders, thank you Dalden for bringing 2 Raiders. My brain broke and I just read that out. Dalden, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Anansi's Library is the name of this channel. Anansi is awesome. Super great creator, friend of the show. Kind of.
By contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
No, Batman, please, Batman, please. I promise you. I'm not a thief. I gotta do what I gotta do to feed my family.
I think Birth of a Nation is gonna do. I've actually considered screening Birth of a Nation on this channel. Just because it is like, I think a lot of people downplay how important of a film it is for like American cinema history. But it is incredibly, like it was the first blockbuster film. It was the first, like it created Hollywood in so many ways. It played at the White House. It rebirthed the KKK. Like, in terms of like how culture can influence politics, Birth of a Nation is so valuable to watch. And I don't know. I'm due for a rewatch. But it's also weird to watch, right? So we'd have to, it's like a weird film to put on for the chat, but I think we could do it. I think we could do it. I think HBO may have remade it a few years back. What? That's not a remake movie. It's an important film. Yeah. No, it actually like really, really radically changed American politics. And I think we'll hear more about this in this video.
Family.
F your family. Where am I? Come here.
they. Oh my god. Yes, there was a 2016 movie called Birth of a Nation, but it's about Nat Turner. I know about that. I watched that film when it came out. Sus to watch it with a white guy.
First superhero movie.
You're right, Diana. I should invite my black friend over to watch to watch Birth of a Nation with me. That would be much better. That would be so much better. Let me just get some of my black friends in the room, and then we can all watch Birth of a Nation together.
Either 1920's The Mask of Zorro, a film about a wealthy and handsome yet bumbling man who's secretly a vigilante, or you may hear 1951's Superman and the Mole Men. The name explains the concept of that film more than enough. But regardless of which of these films, among some other early titles, you may decide is the true first superhero film,
yeah, what up, Maya? How you been?
Be wrong. Because the first superhero film isn't Superman or Zorro or any Batman film.
It does feel like a sus movie to show chat. I don't think so. I don't think consumption is endorsement. I don't think I don't know. I think we can watch things because they're important. We watch stuff that I don't, we watched Fox News earlier. It's literally a really critical, important part of history, Yeah, we can do it. It's fine. It's fine. It's the signal boosting Birth of a Nation, which played at the White House. I have to remind you.
Superhero film ever made is David Wark Griffiths. Is that seriously his fucking name? David Wark Griffiths, The Birth of a Nation. That may sound outlandish to some, but Birth of a Nation not only contains multiple of the superhero genre's defining tropes, it is credited with creating much of the visual language that superhero films still rely on today. And I'm not the first one to think this either. Here's a quote from Alan Moore, the creator of Watchmen. I think
we're 2 minutes in and we're already quoting Alan Moore? I'm gonna love this video, bro. I fucking love Alan Moore. Alan Moore is my hero, my goat, my spiritual leader. More than any other individual, I honestly credit my spirituality to Alan Moore more than anybody.
The impact of superhero films on popular culture is both tremendously embarrassing and not a little worrying. While these characters were originally perfectly suited to stimulating the imaginations of their 12 to 13-year-old audience, today's franchised Ubermenschen, aimed at supposedly an adult audience, seem to be serving a kind of different function, and fulfilling different needs. Primarily, mass-market superhero movies seem to be abetting an audience who don't wish to relinquish their grip on A, their relatively reassuring childhoods, or B, the relatively assuring 20th century. The continuing popularity of these movies, to me, suggests some kind of deliberate, self-imposed state of emotional arrest, combined with a numbing condition of cultural stasis that can be witnessed in comics, movies, popular music, and indeed, right across the cultural spectrum. The superheroes themselves, largely written and drawn by creators who have never stood up for their own rights against the companies that employed them, much less the rights of a Jack Kirby or Jerry Siegel or Joe Shuster, would seem to be largely employed as cowardice compensators, perhaps a bit like the handgun on the nightstand. I would also remark that save for a smattering of non-white characters and non-white creators, these books and these iconic characters are still very much white supremacist dreams of the master race.
True.
In fact, I think that a good argument can be made for D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation as the first American superhero movie, and the point of origin for all those capes and masks.
Oh, goddamn. Goddamn, Alan Moore.
Alan Moore is by no means the...
Wait, somebody said, do you dabble in magic? Yeah, a little bit. I like to think so. I like to think that's why people are watching. Is because I can create an image of a better future in their minds. I think that's magic. Yeah, filmmaking is magic. Magic the Gathering? No. Versalium, thank you for gifting Maya. No, for real. I think so. That's Alan Moore's idea of magic. Is that storytelling is magic. Like creating creating different realities than the one that we exist in somebody's head is magic. 3229071 is magic. True.
The only person to make this analysis either. But why is Birth of a Nation a superhero film? What does it mean for the genre that this is one of its foundational building blocks? How do I and Alan Moore justify this position? Part of the problem with having this conversation about superhero films and propaganda is that much of the audience doesn't engage with the genre in a way that facilitates these conversations. Even when the author's intention is to create an intentionally political story, or a story with a deeper philosophical theme, many fans of the genre refuse to engage with it on that level. One of the
True. Also, like, this is a direct reference. I don't know if I'm pretty sure this comes from the is it The Dark Knight? Is this I think it's The Dark Knight, and yeah, it's Frank Miller, who is an outright fascist. Like, Frank Miller is actually a fascist. And it's very clear in his texts too. Like, his view of, like, the underclass, The Dark Knight Rises, yes. Yes, that's it, Fellini. This book, The Dark Knight Rises, is genuinely fascist. Oh, The Dark Knight Returns, yeah. Because it's like a really old Batman. You know, like, the city is, like, totally taken over.
Most common ways this impulse manifests is in comments like, "You're taking X too seriously," or "It's just a movie," or...
Also, like, low-key, Christopher Nolan's Batman series got really fascist by the end of it, too. Not only with The Dark Knight, with the really, really popular one that everybody loves, the politics of that film are trash. They're so bad. Like, at the end, it's not only insanely pro-cop, but, like, it actually does a ton of work to justify mass surveillance, like, in the middle of Patriot Act. Yeah, it's fucking wild. And then Dark Knight Rises was, like, almost directly, like, a response to Occupy, like, in a very weird way. Like, they wrote that movie, like, in the period of Occupy, and you can really fucking tell. You can really, really, really tell. You can super tell. Like, Catwoman's entire character in that film is, like, to represent, like, I am, like, a socialist, like, and then there's also a bunch of scenes of protests, and, like, Bane is, like, rallying a bunch of masses to his goals and stuff like that. Like, it's just very, like, against, like, mass mobilization, against any kind of, like, questioning of, like, income inequality, or, like, I don't know. It's the politics of those films are not good, even if their film itself is really good. Because I like The Dark Knight. Like, I think that, like, Heath Ledger, incredible, has a bunch of amazing scenes. Like, stunts are incredible. Fun movie to watch.
Not all art is political in similar phrases. These dismissive reactions tend to stem from a number of places. Sometimes it stems from people not wanting to engage in political, quote-unquote, discussions of these films and stories that boil down to white people being mad that a black person exists in something they consume, and that their inclusion is intrinsically political when it really isn't. This reaction can also stem from worse impulses. Sometimes the intention is to avoid the conversation so we don't have to say the quiet parts out loud. Sometimes it's easier to pretend a film doesn't have deeper themes, or doesn't have politics, than to engage with them, especially if they challenge us, or mess with our ability to enjoy the thing we're consuming. Or if the political intention written into the
on Batman movies, no. Those have been made 1,000 times, dude. This is not a unique take. I think this is like a lot of people's. It's just right in the text. People have been having this conversation about those films for a long time.
To want to admit it's there. A lot of culture warring around media today boils down to these factors, and what makes Birth of a Nation so interesting is how it as a film pioneers not just a genre, not just techniques, but the culture of discussion around art and films as well, exemplifying some of the worst aspects of the film community and of the superhero genre. because the first superhero film was propaganda, and to this day, both the content of that film and how people denied or responded to that claim says a lot about the film genre today. So let's talk about that film. Let's talk about The Birth of a Nation. Let me tell you a story.
What up, Sven? So you came back.
Some background.
See, Sven? You came back. It wasn't my weird comment that I made that you're like, I'll always remember you by. You thought of it. You looked at you saw us live. You thought of that moment and you decided to click on. See? It works. I'm telling you.
Before I back up this previous assertion, Thomas Dixon Jr. was born on January.
Oh, God. Wait. I low-key really want to watch that, actually. Bad Empanada has a video about HBO's Watchmen. What is his take on it? That's actually interesting. I've never seen his cultural critique. That's kind of interesting.
January 11th.
Maybe that's his secret skill.
1864.
Also, low-key, like, I'm very I don't know. Do we really want to know what some like Argentinian Greek kid thinks about Watchmen? Like, that movie is so much about American race relations and like American policing. Like, it's a very American story. And do I really want to know what he thinks about that? I don't really know. I feel like don't ask Bad Empanada about race. And I have no evidence for this. He could be fine on it, but like, I don't know. I don't trust anybody who's not like American, and especially if you're white. Like, you've never listen. If you're papeling me right now, you've never talked to a European about race. It's not nice. It's not good.
Roughly 1 year before the end of the Civil War.
Oh, there's an HBO series that's different than the movie? Yeah. No, the HBO series is actually fucking great. The HBO series, if you haven't watched the HBO series, it is very much worth a checkout. It is really good. It's really good. I highly recommend it. If you missed it when it was first coming out, and it was coming out like during George Floyd, like 2021, I think is when it released. Like, it was still a very fresh conversation, and it is very fucking good and deals with very, very, very heavy, like, serious topics that are very present still today, but even more so back then.
1 year after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, the quote-unquote end of slavery. His father, Thomas Dixon, was a former Confederate soldier and constantly...
Europeans will say they're on some colorblind type shit, but then say racist shit about Arabs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They just don't... I just think America has a very, very specific culture around race, and other people who are not from America, I think it's very hard for them to understand it. And I get it. I'm not saying our culture around race is good in America. It's not. It's really bad. But you don't, like, having them talk about it, you're just like, wow, you really don't understand this at all. And like, oof, like, it's like really hard to have those conversations.
He regaled his son with stories of the war. Dixon grew up in the Reconstruction era South, a period dominated by the social tensions around a recently freed population of Black Americans, who were finding stability and occasionally political power in their local and state governments, as well as the social tensions.
Dude, okay, sorry, I really want to give my full attention to this, but I have to tell this story real quick. Okay, so do you guys know the book Between the World and Me by Ta-Nehisi Coates? Okay, so that book came out when I was living in Vietnam. And as I was like, I immediately like bought it, read it, and everything. And a Black friend of mine who lived in Vietnam scheduled, like, wanted to do a book club around this book, and was like inviting all people to, like, you know, join this. And so I joined the book club with him, and it was at a public event, and there were like a bunch of like Europeans who joined. And can I tell you, we had one meeting. Like, we were supposed to read like the first few chapters and then come in and have like one meeting. And after that one meeting, it was just like, nah, none of us want to do this ever again. Because like these Europeans like showed these European women showed up, and they were just awful. It was just awful. Like, the conversation was just so terrible. They took up all the space. What'd they say? I'm trying to remember like specific things. I think it was like specifically about there's a scene in the book where he's like at the mall with his son in a stroller, and they just kept like really deconstructing that and being like, well, I bet those white people weren't even trying to be mean. I think sometimes like they just like look into stuff like that. You know, some people just like have their, like, they just see things where there aren't, and like the racism wasn't really there and like stuff like that. And it was just like, nah, man, like, can you just like maybe just like listen and like, you know, like take it, you know, just like listen to them and like believe it, just because, you know, like it was just rough. It was just a really rough conversation that wasn't productive. Didn't feel good for anybody involved. And I was just trying to redirect it and like, you know, just like be like, hey, what do you think about this, Joanza? You know? And Joanza was not really trying to fucking fight that. He was doing a great job, but it was just a losing battle. It was just a losing battle.
The recently reincorporated southern states, who were beginning to strain against post-war occupation by federal troops. All of this feeds into a growing resentment of the white populace, who sought both legal and extra-legal steps to satisfy that growing resentment. Thomas himself was obsessed with the romantic nostalgia around the antebellum period, meaning the period in the South before the Civil War, and the war itself. Particularly, he was infatuated with the myth of the lost cause. The lost cause of the Confederacy is an old and still semi-dominant mythology surrounding the Civil War. It centers on the idea that the Civil War was not about slavery or anti-black oppression, but a more nebulous moral struggle surrounding the Southern culture and independence and big government overreach. I would also argue that this strange rightist deflection to say that the war was about money, not slavery, is a more socially acceptable but still dangerous piece of related mythology, and also a very flawed argument, because in the situation we're talking about, the ability to attain wealth and money, the ability to maintain wealth and money was partly...
Of course, it wasn't. I don't think anybody's arguing that it wasn't an economic war. You know, it was definitely an economic war, but it was also like, yeah, you don't have the right to own people as property. Like, yeah, you're going to take a fucking L. And also, it's like, reparations never happened. Reconstruction was only for compensating slave owners. You know, like, that's where all of the federal government money went to. So for you to still be upset about this shit is like fucking disgusting, man.
Facilitated by the keeping and use of slaves. So to say the war is about money is exactly the same statement in a way as saying the war was about slavery. The war was about the economic boon that slavery created and existed as. So, in a sense, yes, it was about money, but not the way that these people are saying when they use that deflection. Within the central thesis of the lost cause concept is the idea that white supremacy is a morally superior and more efficient organizing principle, and that without it, non-white savages will defile and depurify the white people and the white race. It is that the South was not fighting for the enslavement of black people, but for a moral standard that was and is superior to the moral standard established after the war. You keep messing up my recordings. Thomas Dixon grew to be a playwright, whose two most famous works deeply embody these themes, as well as a running theme of the degeneration of the black race in the post-emancipation period. Thomas Dixon's work centers not just the question of black people's rightful place within a moral society, but the social and sexual consequences of blacks not being properly controlled. Needless to say, he was an open white supremacist. Thomas Dixon penned 2 novels, which together would inspire one of the most controversial films in American history. The Leopard's Spots was the first in a trilogy of books by Dixon. It was published in 1902 and went on to have an adaptation meet the stage in 1913. The second in the series was The Klansman. Published in 1905, this work was Dixon's most famous, and he quickly capitalized on the book's success by writing another play adaptation. The reaction to this play was almost prophetic. One of the play's first showings in Atlanta was cited as having partial cause in the Atlanta race riot of 1906, where upwards of 25 black people were lynched and 90 plus injured.
Jesus
A man was
Christ.
lynched in Bainbridge, Georgia in October of 1905 in direct response to the play, and 3 more in Missouri in 1906 after a showing in Springfield.
Bro, that is insane. A piece of media that is so strong that people go out and commit murder after consuming it. That's like fucking science fiction shit. That's an Infinite Jest plot line. Except for you die in Infinite Jest. It's not that you go kill people. Like, and this is real. Dude, that's like, and people downplay the severity of like forces like Asmongold and like Andrew Tate. Do you know what I mean? Like, the truth is that people are very easily manipulated and swayed, and like, you know, yeah, dude, it's powerful as fuck. Like, media is so powerful. Like, look, when I do this, it makes a difference. I can't get it to focus on him. See, media is powerful. That's what I'm saying. It is. It makes a huge difference. It changes the world. Like, actually.
The play was even banned in some places. The mayor of Philadelphia, John Weaver, said that the tendency of the play is to produce a racial hatred before he had it banned. Several other cities followed suit.
Thank you for 5 subscribers. Diana, thank you for the 5 subs.
Peak in infamy until a specific director got his hands on it.
Subscription
Director David Wark Griffith was hand-chosen by Dixon, who'd met him while producing another play called The One Woman in 1906. Film producer Harry Aitken brought them back together for the production in 1913, and the two hit it off. Griffith was himself the son of a Confederate, and Dixon's ideal choice, especially since in 1912 the film company he'd originally hired, Cinemacolor, fell through the cracks and failed to finish the film's first iteration. Why exactly this happened is up for debate, but rumors abound about financial issues and the other usual eccentricities of development hell. Dixon offered to give Griffith the rights to the film for $10,000, over $300,000 in today's money. Griffith could only afford $2,500 of that though, and instead he promised Dixon a 25% cut of profits. This ended up being the much sweeter deal later on, when the film exploded in popularity. David Wark Griffith was born to said Confederate family on January 26th.
I love that he keeps referring to him by his full name, because having a middle name Wark should constantly be brought up. He's right. Wark is an insane name to have, and you shouldn't let him just eat that, you know, with a DW, like we would forget.
2nd, 1875.
My middle name is Glorp.
And much like Dixon, was obsessed with the lost cause mythology of the antebellum South. He took inspiration from both Dixon's play, The Leopard's Spots, and the book The Klansman to tell his story, as well as the writings of Woodrow Wilson, then president and someone with an incredibly important role in this film's history, as he inspired aspects of both the book and the film. Additionally, much of the film's second half is Wark's own writing. Birth of a Nation is one of the most important propaganda pieces ever made. Its lengthy 3-hour runtime is full of nearly every form of anti-black racism the human mind can conjure up. a massive project featuring over 10,000 people as extras. Let's give a brief summary. Birth follows the exploits of a man named Ben Cameron as he fights against the menace of Reconstruction-era Republicans.
Is this a leftist breakdown of this KKK project? Yeah, this is a great creator. Just like another great creator, Vorlo. Well, they're not really similar at all, but this is a great creator. Anarchist has been, you know, I think they say in there, I'm not going to say it anyway, but they're great. They're amazing. Just take my word for it.
In order to protect the Southern way of life from a...
Welcome in, Vorlo. How you been, buddy? Also, I love that you got everybody. How many follows did you get from that Hassan shout out this morning? That was pretty cool. I heard that. Vorlo. Hassan was like, damn, Vorlo's popping off. Made everybody a couple. Really? That's it? Dude, that's fucked up. He made you seem like the new hot thing to go look at. And it's true. Vorlo is the new hot thing to go look at. So you guys should all go follow. There's a little pop-up thing next to your chat right now. Go follow Vorlo. Thank you for the raid.
Band of black and northern white rulers who seek to destroy it. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury and signifying one ideology. The film is split into two parts. In the first, two sons, one from a northern family and one from a southern family, fight on their respective sides of the Civil War. Ben Cameron for the South and Phil Stoneman for the North. Ben at one point must fend off a black militia while they attack his home, and though he's successful, he is later captured. There's some shenaniganery involving Ben's mother convincing the Union not to hang him while he's recovering in the hospital and macking on his crush. They decide not to hang him, and the whole thing is part of this elaborate, weird-ass metaphor where Abraham Lincoln is this nice, reasonable Republican who doesn't want to punish the South, but after his forced retirement to the head, he is replaced by vengeful Republicans and their army of black minions. The second act focuses on these minions, as Dr. Stoneman and his minion Silas Lynch take political power via Silas's appointment as Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina. The anarchy of black rule becomes too much for Ben Cameron as white people are denied the vote. I wish. While the ballots are rigged by black voters who are... Caricature is legitimately a generous word for the kinds of negrophobia on display in this film.
Wow, that was really racist.
That was.
Pretty racist.
Ben forms the plan due to this madness and gets the idea after watching white children scare black kids with bed sheets. He partners with a group of his former war buddies and ex-Confederate soldiers in order to create this organization. Then his girlfriend breaks up with him over his racist tweets. Their first mission, and what unites the newly formed clan, is the attempted sexual assault of a girl named Flora by a black man.
Of course.
Flora kills herself to avoid Gus, and in response, the clan lynches him. This causes Silas to announce a crackdown against them and also legalize marrying white women. And then the clan goes on the run. Ben, while on the run, goes on to form a band alongside Phil Stoneman, Dr. Stoneman's son, symbolically reuniting the whites of the North and the South against the common threat of black people in power who want to go to Snow Bunny Heaven. The whole movie ends with the Klan intimidating black people from voting in order to protect their elections, and white supremacy being reestablished in the South as Klansmen stand triumphantly on horseback over the black people that once held power over them. If you wasted your money on film school, you may have heard once or twice an instructor lament on how they have no choice but to teach the film Birth of a Nation because of all the things it did first and how important it is. This is partly a myth. Birth of a Nation didn't invent the close-up or parallel action, nor is it the first feature-length film ever, though it did still do significant things with the techniques it used. For example, the film's cinematographer Billy Bitzer, that feels like a fake name, pioneered night photography and close-ups. The editing of the film is also pretty significant, using tricks such as fade-ins to establish changes to the setting and plot progression, and using parallel action to heighten drama and express themes. A prime example of the former being the scene where we see the new black politicians taking over the...
Sorry to sound dumb, but what is the meaning of the name Birth of a Nation? Well, I mean, it's like they're mythologizing America. And it's like it's a paleogenetic retelling of the history of America, right? That like, white supremacy is what this nation was founded on, and we need to restore it because things are, being taken from us white people. Sound familiar? Yeah, like, because it's the same thing we're going through right now. Like that's why these kind of conversations are still very relevant, because this ideology never died, and it's actually more powerful now than ever.
The courtroom. The Faden exists to provide visual language to the film's themes of uncontrolled blackness infecting and corrupting institutions. Here, the editing is literally a central part of conveying a racist narrative and racist ideas. Even the costume design for the Klan is suggestive of something, implying a religious inspiration, fervor, and approval of their actions. The Klansmen wear priestly robes with crosses emblazoned on the chest and capes.
It's also like you have to understand, and he'll talk about this too, but you have to understand that this birthed the KKK. Like this imagery was not, it was referencing something real at the time, but something very, very obscure. And this is what like birthed it to be the thing that of the KKK. Yeah, it was a very obscure, very like fringe thing. Even more so than now, like it birthed it. Like this movie directly caused lynchings and shit. Like,
right, God,
and it was played in the White House.
A visual that communicates power, authority, and divine approval of their actions, and does so well that it was adopted by the new Klan when they continued.
Exactly. Damn, dude. Pre-watch. Holy shit. An hour and 20-minute movie or video, and I paused literally to say the info that he's about to say in the next sentence. That's wild. How did I do that?
Another video by the video essay channel Data Mail points out how the film uses montage to create the impression in the viewers' heads of the black men in the courtroom leering at the white women in the room as they pass the law allowing interracial marriage, which in addition foreshadows what Gus is going to do in the next scene. Another example is the scene of Gus's lynching. Here, the scene is intercut with scenes of Flora's funeral, creating a symmetry between Gus's lynching and the administration of justice.
Dude, this shit is so gross.
Flora. In a sense, she's able to be laid to rest peacefully here because her killer Gus is simultaneously being put to the flame as a response to her death. Justice is being served. All of these aspects are important to include in the story, even if Birth of a Nation did not invent the use of them. To quote Data Mail directly,
"It's irresponsible to think that in debunking some rumours about this film, that its entire ideology and means of persuasion are defeated. We can't brush off the ways this film does effectively manipulate its viewer because it wasn't the first to do so. A well-told lie might not be original, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous."
Birth of a Nation isn't just invoking the ideology of the lost cause, it is that myth's conclusion. Birth of a Nation is a representation of how many whites saw the Civil War in the era of Reconstruction that follows. It depicts the Reconstruction-era South as a backwards world of chaotic politics and black violence in order to justify the violence of the post-Reconstruction era, connecting lost cause mythology with a newly created mythology of white ethnic violence saving America from chaos. The film exists to depict and justify the violence white Americans took place in post-Reconstruction against black people and people who aided them in the struggle for liberation. And the thing is, while the film's depiction of black people as culture-destroying brutes and of the South as needing to be saved by vigilantism is untrue, the violence is. In the early 1870s, the federal government passed enforcement acts in order to prevent voter intimidation and keep control over Southern politics in the tension of the period. This was meant to ensure that the newly freed black populace would have equal participation in the politics of the South. Despite these efforts, however, Reconstruction largely failed. Efforts to extend the vote to black communities found themselves blocked first by voter intimidation as soon as Union soldiers stopped guarding the polls, and then later the task was carried out by racist voter ID laws, poll taxes creating financial barriers, as well as literacy tests that required readers to be able to understand and read the complex legal jargon of the state constitutions, and grandfather clauses, making it so that if your grandfather was not a freed man, you would not be able to vote. Mississippi's state legislature led the legal charge against the black vote, explicitly stating that other methods were ready to be employed alongside the legalistic ones, with Mississippi state legislator James Vardaman saying, "In Mississippi, we have our Constitution legislated against the racial peculiarities of the Negro. When that device fails, we will resort to something else.
Anti-literacy laws in many southern states made it illegal to teach enslaved people to read. In 1880, according to the U.S. Bureau of Census, 76% of South African Americans were illiterate, a rate of 55% points greater than that for southern white people. In 1900, 50% of voting-age black men could not read, compared to 12% of voting-age white men. These disparities made literacy tests one of the most effective tools at suppressing the African American vote. The voting clerks, who were always white, could also pass or fail a person at their discretion based on race. Illiterate white people were often excluded from these literacy tests through the use of grandfather clauses, which tied their voting rights to their grandfathers before the Civil War. Former slaves, who had no voting rights until the 15th Amendment, could obviously not benefit from this provision. The grandfather clause could also be applied to poll taxes, which were another measure created by white-dominated southern legislatures to suppress the black vote.
These legal methods of voter suppression were frequently preceded by, then accompanied by, political violence from organized white gangs. The original Ku Klux Klan in this period was made up of former Confederate soldiers who worked as underground proto-fascist insurgents, using terrorism to intimidate black people from political action. It, alongside the White League, which formed in 1874, worked to stall black political progress in any way possible. In addition to voter suppression, the Klan and whites in general used racist pogroms to unseat black politicians and destabilize black communities, and disrupt efforts of black people to participate in political processes in the U.S. In Colfax, Louisiana, white mobs massacred over 150 black people indiscriminately after disputes over a contested election turned into militia violence. Numbers of the dead are...
Jesus Christ, bro, 150. This is also the scary part of the moment that we're in, too, is that it probably won't just be the government that's going around and doing shit. And, like, we're seeing a lot of the government violence right now, but like this is the other side of it, is that there's going to be a fuckload of non-state militias and like just like weirdo groups that are going around, and the police are not going to do shit about it. And you know, we're going to have to learn to protect, we're going to have to protect each other. We keep us safe, you know what I mean? Like,
are hard to pin down, as some of the bodies were taken away and buried in mass graves, and some were...
Yeah, I mean, I've been covering it since I've started streaming. Like the encampment at UCLA, like that attack was a precursor, and was like that was a warning sign and a moment where we woke up the next morning and everything was different. And I felt that way, and I said it when it happened. Like, everything is different now because the far right just learned that they can use extreme violence against whoever they want. And if they're leftists, the police will not interfere. And there's no consequences, and nobody's coming for you afterwards. And you guys are free to do this. And it, not only did it happen at UCLA, it also happened in Pico Robinson like a month and a half later, like in broad daylight. The exact same people who were at the encampment were beating the shit out of journalist friends of mine, you know, in the streets. Like, and the police stood by and did nothing. They literally were standing right there and did nothing at all. And it's going to get more common. It's like, it's an essential part of fascism. Look at how Israel is using it in the West Bank. Like the settler terrorism that happens is so common in the West Bank, is exactly the same as this KKK stuff. It is an essential part of fascism. Everywhere it's existed, there have been extrajudicial roving gangs of citizens who are, you know, in agreement, that are backed up by the state's power, but the state doesn't want to get its hands dirty. And so they just let these people do it. It's happened everywhere that this has ever existed. Yeah, paramilitaries, yes.
In the end, no one was punished for this crime, as the Supreme Court ruled that the enforcement laws created supposedly to stop this kind of violence only applied to state entities, not independent actors. Tacit approval of the Klan's behavior. This was not the only massacre of its kind. In Opelousas, Louisiana, nearly 300 black people were massacred when a dispute over a newspaper article written by a black Republican to criticize his white opponents angered members of the Order of the White Camellia, a racist, white supremacist organization. They sent members to intimidate and beat Emerson Bentley, the editor of the St. Landry Progress, the newspaper that had published the report. When Bentley fled town, the whites feared a black uprising as the black community responded to the credible threat to their lives by organizing community defense. In response, they prohibited black people from gathering in public and murdered them.
We covered that so deeply.
North Carolina, white militias stormed government offices and deposed the newly elected black and white fusionist government, which had swept recent elections. This mixed-race pro-Reconstruction coalition terrified well-off white people as they dominated politics in 1896 and 1898. Democrats took efforts to suppress the coalition's voters in 1898, intimidating people away from the polls and openly encouraging violence.
Newspapers, meanwhile, spread claims that African Americans wanted political power so they could sleep with white women and made up lies about a rape epidemic.
Dude, the sexual nature of the racism still obviously very existent, but good God, it's so on the face. Yeah, sounds familiar. Of course. I mean, what's that? Lincoln Riley? No, literally, this is Lincoln Riley too.
Alexander Manley, owner and editor of the Willingham Daily Record, published an editorial questioning the rape allegations and suggesting that white women slept with black men of their own will. It enraged the Democrat Party and made him the target of a hate campaign. The day before the statewide election, in 1898, Democratic politician Alfred Moore Waddell gave a speech demanding that white men do your duty and look for black people voting. And if you find one, he said, tell him to leave the polls, and if he refuses, shoot him down in his tracks. We shall win tomorrow if we have to do it with guns.
Thus, on November 10th, 1898, Alfred Moore Waddell, a Democratic politician, led a mob into Wilmington that murdered black people indiscriminately until they left the town en masse, then forced the opposition government to resign. Red-shirted white men, reminiscent of Mussolini's black shirts, rampaged through the streets alongside the white mob, killing at least 60 people. Additionally, they burned black businesses and homes, as well as the Wilmington Daily Record office building. The number of black people voting in North Carolina dropped swiftly from 125,000 in 1896 to less than 6,000 in just 6 years. Alfred Waddell was pronounced mayor the same day of the massacre.
Reconstruction failed in the United States because white Southerners who were opposed to it effectively used violence to undermine black political power and force uncommitted white Southerners to their side. Although structural factors made it harder to suppress this violence, a series of policy failures proved most important. The radical Republican-led U.S. government did not deploy enough troops or use them aggressively.
Do you like the vid? Yeah, sure. I think I did earlier, but here, let me pin it.
Alternative paths that might have made success more likely, such as arming the black community. The violence caused Reconstruction to fail, and the victorious white supremacists embedded structural racism into the post-Reconstruction political and social system in the South. Reconstruction's failure illustrates the dangers of half measures. The United States sought to reshape the American
It's pinned in the Rumble chat? Okay, sick.
in terms of both troop levels and time. In addition, the failure indicates the importance of ensuring that democratization includes the rule of law, not just elections. Most important, Reconstruction demonstrates that a common policy recommendation, compromise with the losers after a civil war, is often fraught, with the price of peace being generations of injustice.
Birth of a Nation is about this kind of violence. The explicit goal of the movie as a political film is to justify that violence that took place during Reconstruction and to encourage that kind of violence in the real world. The film expresses the belief that the post-war South was a scarred political environment ruined by an uncontrolled black population that is dangerous to white purity and power. Its proposed solution to heal the divide between the North and the South is shared participation in anti-black violent politic to re-establish white supremacy. The ending of the film hinges partly on a former Union soldier's loved one being killed by a sexually predatory black man, and this forcing him to realize the threat that blacks pose to whites and unify with his Southern brethren for a common good. This is Thomas Dixon and D.W. Griffith's explicit communicated ideology. The film was, for them, about how the South was won back for the white race, about a necessary and real violence, and the burden of white men to bring order to the South.
Yeah.
It was about the need for white people to come together across political divides against the common black menace, and the creators of the film said as much explicitly. A former boss had a conversation with me about this film once, and one of the points that she made was that the movie wasn't created just to glorify these ideals, but to inspire a specific mode of political action. Birth of a Nation went on a roadshow tour in 1915 as a way to build publicity and notoriety ahead of its wider release. Its first showing was in Riverside, California, on January 1st, 1915. At time of writing, it is the 110th anniversary of the film's first showing. This tour did its job, and the film gained not just notoriety, but infamy. Just like Thomas Dixon's original play, the film came to be a catalyst for race riots, protests, and worse of all,
Jesus Christ.
lynchings. One study on the film done at Harvard found that lynchings became 4 times more likely to happen in towns where the film was shown.
Oh my god, bro. Holy shit.
Another study claimed an 18% rise in actual lynchings after the movie was shown. Everywhere the film was played, lynchings and violence followed. The film was still popular and being played in some places in 1921, when the Tulsa Race Massacre took place. In fact, an important aspect of what made that massacre happen is the cultural environment left behind by Birth after it was released.
Yeah.
On top of that, the Klan's membership exploded due to the film. The Ku Klux Klan existed in 2 phases, the post-war Reconstruction era Klan.
But that's the thing, though. I think Asmold, like, I think you should watch this, and like the takeaway really is like, this has power. Like, you listening, you have power, and like, you know, yeah, like Asmongold is a real fucking threat to like real people. Like, violence will happen because of this, you know? When you dehumanize people and you tell stories like this, like, it changes people, and it's ugly, and like people are very vulnerable to this shit. It's sad, man. It's sad, and I wish there was something we could do to like fight against it more, you know? Like, this shit shouldn't be it shouldn't be like normalized. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be allowed. I wish Twitch would do something and like take it more seriously, but they unbanned Aiden Ross instead, who, by the way, hasn't even gone live. Like, what a fucking lazy little bitch. You've been begging to get unbanned from everybody who would fucking listen, having like every one of your dick riders beg to be unbanned. And then now you get unbanned, and what do you do with it? Nothing. Hasn't even been live yet. Like, what a dork.
Depression Revivalist Klan. The first iteration was formed.
Why was he banned? Wasn't it for like having unmoderated chat on his screen or something? I think he had Twitch, his kick chat on the stream or something, and like, can't remember. It was a good reason. And then also every other thing he has done since then. Good reasons.
Formed in 1865 after the end of the Civil War. These were former Confederates who sought to bring an end to Reconstruction and inhibit black
you can't say that because he's back.
They used domestic terrorism, lynchings, and intimidation in an organized effort to halt the construction of black communities.
Do you feel like subsequent generations are more desensitized to propaganda compared to those exposed to this film? Films were a very new thing, so they had almost no immunity, plus the amplified racism of the time. Or do you think people are just as malleable now? I think people are just as malleable now. 100%. There is nothing different about us. Not a single thing. The only difference is that people are watching Birth of a Nation like type shit every single day on Twitter. They're reading, they're like internalizing this kind of ideology every single day. Every time they look at their phone. And Fox News, yeah.
Wealth and independence and integration.
No. Like, we are not any better at all. I think people's media literacy is no different. Genuinely, I don't know. I don't think there's any difference. If anything, the difference is that like the people. I think I don't even know I don't know if it's worse. I would say that the capitalist class is just like a lot more powerful, and the tools at their disposal are even more powerful. Like the algorithms and stuff. Like, I think they have more power than they did here, and this is how they use the power then. You know.
There were some significant differences with this clan from how they were portrayed in the film and their second iteration. These people usually disguised themselves by wearing blackface or bags over their heads. They dressed in a slightly more contemporary way, less uniformed and a bit more camp if we're being honest.
Klansmen wore gigantic animal horns, fake beards, coon-skinned caps, or polka dot paper hats. They imitated French accents or barnyard animals. They played guitars to serenade victims. Some Klansmen wore pointed hats suggestive of wizards, dunces, or pierrots. Some wore everyday winter hoods, pillowcases, or flour sacks on their heads. Many early Klansmen also wore blackface, simultaneously scapegoating and mocking their victims.
The film's creation essentially gave birth to the second iteration, providing them with new motivation and a new look. The reborn KKK held its first rally at Stone Mountain, Georgia, on November 25, 1915. They were led by a Methodist preacher named William J. Simmons, who declared himself the new imperial wizard of the Klan that same day. The Klan was back. The film was sparking both a race war and soon a culture war. Birth was an incendiary
that Klansman was doing the Elon
film when it emerged. Let no one tell you it was merely a product of its time or how people thought back then. While the film did well with the majority white film community at the time, it was heavily criticized and heavily protested. Thomas Dixon knew the film would be controversial, despite some sources falsely claiming otherwise. He'd already seen it before with his play The Klansman. He'd been intimately aware of both the reaction to his work and the violence it would cause. That was the point, after all. Thomas Dixon's attempts to get ahead of the coming backlash are incredibly revealing. He and Griffith were afraid that the controversy around the film would get it banned if it became too much, and they took steps to prepare. It had happened to Dixon's play before, and he knew it could happen again. But he had friends in much higher places. Dixon happened to have gone to John
Oh no, Mountish. I hope your girlfriend's okay.
Who was, at the time, the president. Dixon met with the president.
I'll be right back.
President
and the video's beefy. Yeah, it's super good. I gotta get up real quick. I'll be right back.
Requested that he be allowed to show the president his film, asking him to view it not as president but as a historian, quote unquote. The two met on February 3rd, 1915, 5 days before the film's first screening. Woodrow Wilson agreed to hold a screening in the White House East Room on February 18th, 1915, and when the night came, both the president, members of his cabinet, and their families were in attendance, as well as some press and the president's physician. The next day, Dixon organized a screening for the Supreme Court at the Raleigh Hotel. Those in attendance included Chief Justice Edward Douglas White. Douglas only agreed to attend a screening of the film after he learned it was about the Klan, declaring to Dixon and Griffith, I was a member of the Klan, sir. In attendance that night was over 600 people, those people being the entire Supreme Court, members of Congress, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and military officials. When the film ended, it received thunderous applause. Dixon's intentions were twofold. On the one hand, he knew that with the president's endorsement, the film would not only be given massive publicity and free advertising, but it would also be a little immune to criticism, especially from being banned. After all, if the president approved of the film, it should be fine for the rest of the country. He and Griffith indeed would lean heavily on the word of the president and other statesmen to defend the film in the face of criticism. But his other goal is best said in his own words.
Of course, I didn't dare allow the president to know the real big purpose of my film, which was to revolutionize Northern sentiments by a presentation of history that would transform every man into my audience into a good Democrat. What I told the president was that I would show him the birth of a new art, the launching of the mightiest engine for molding public opinion in the history of the world.
Dixon's political savvy couldn't save him from all the backlash, however. The NAACP had only recently formed in 1909, just 6 or so years before the film's wide release. Early enough, however, that some of its first members had likely participated in protests and actions against the play when it was touring, and had gained experience from doing so. When the film gained a wide release, the controversy around it propelled the new organization to greater levels of notoriety, as many of the actions taken to disrupt the film were organized by the NAACP. They also organized education campaigns, screenings, as black people were not allowed to see the film in many places, and campaigns to get the film banned. One of the people leading these campaigns was an activist named William Monroe Trotter. Trotter was a businessman and an activist, and he had actually helped lead the crusade against the play The Klansman. He was even successful in halting its performance in some places. On April 10, 1915, Trotter, along with a group of activists, tried to see the film at the Tremont Theater in Boston. They were denied entry. When they returned on the 17th, they were once again denied, and they turned instead to storming the theater, at which point 260 police officers descended on the group and beat them all before taking them to jail. Trotter himself, along with 10 others, were arrested. The next day, 2,000 people showed out to protest the treatment.
Wait, what, Mikey? Don't shame me. I'm not gonna. This is not shaming you, but that is wild. When I was little, okay, good. Wait, I actually, when I read it, when I was little part, I skipped over that. I thought the NAACP was an old people insurance, like the AARP. That's kind of funny. Why are you shadow banned on Twitch? I mean, I have 409 people watching me right now. I don't feel shadow banned. I feel like I'm doing pretty good. What do you mean? Should I be doing better?
Tremont Theater. Despite these protests and even riots at some screenings, the NAACP struggled to get the film banned.
The NAACP demanded that the Los Angeles City Board of Censors ban the film before its premiere. When the pictures were passed, after a few very slight and unimportant eliminations, the disappointed NAACP then convinced the city council to instruct the chief of police to suppress the Klansmen. Clune defended the picture and announced that is, more rightfully speaking, the story of the birth of a nation, or if you choose to call it so, the rebirth of a nation. He explained that opposition to the film was based on a misunderstanding of a great historical purpose of the picture, which is not an attack on any race or section of the country. It's the most powerful sermon against war and in favor of brotherly love of all sections.
Thanks for searching for me, those slips.
The nations. Grace Kingsley, film reviewer for the Los Angeles Times, summed up the problem.
400 now. That person probably left. I know. It's chat hates it. Like, genuinely, mentioning view count is the best way to like get 10 people to leave immediately. I don't know why, but if you ever talk about view count in any way, chat hates it. It's a weird thing I've noticed.
Now,
I don't know why.
Comes the protests of the darkies and the interference of the police. Immediately, a court injunction was secured, restraining the chief of police from stopping.
Yo, Cold Start, thank you so much for the sub.
BDS on the Milwaukee
11
Brewers.
months.
If the Royals don't make the playoffs, it's a direct attack on the socialist movement.
Is that true? Is that true?
The show. The presiding judge stated that although
I'm in KC, baby. Let's go Royals. Go Royals. Also, dude, I'm sorry to interrupt the video. This is a very good video. I know people are really locked in on it. But I do want to put this stream idea out there. I want to do an IRL stream from Kauffman Stadium. 9 dogs, 9 innings, 9 beers. 9 glizzies, 9 beers before the end of the 9th inning. No shot. I'm trying to. I could never. I could not eat. I could barely get through probably 2 dogs, if I'm being honest. 9 beers though, maybe. The
film had a tendency to aggravate a situation that is past and gone. He also felt, as paraphrased by Moving Picture World, that the picture was a good one. And
hasn't Will been trying to do something similar? It was like a funny tweet, a Twitter meme for a long time, and I always thought about it. I made a joke on Twitter about it like a year ago. We went to like a it was like the lowest form of minor leagues in Asheville, North Carolina. The Asheville Tourists was the name of the team, and we went to it. And I was posting on Twitter like I was doing that challenge, but I faked it.
The colored people should pass it by and not try to take any action or stir up agitation. These efforts to suppress the film, noted one newspaper cynically, stemmed from the coming city elections in which both the city council and the chief have shown a marked desire to please the colored element. These vain attempts to close the show created public interest and led to a lot of free publicity that caused even more people to want to see the film, precisely what the NAACP hoped to avoid.
Regardless of how the protests against the film were received, it did end up being banned in a few places. In Chicago, Pittsburgh, Denver, St. Louis, and Minneapolis. In Ohio and Kansas, the film was banned outright by the state.
Dude, I want to do an entire night that is a research and a research stream that is of Kansas's radical leftist history, because it is extensive. Kansas was a hotbed of political radicalism and leftism for most of its history. John Brown. Yes, Kansas has always been this way. They banned Birth of a Nation, fucking based. Wait, did you say you're a KC boy? Yeah, I live in KC right now. Just a scary puppet. Also, if you're a KC head, can you let yourself be known? I'm trying to sway some local orgs to come on the stream and shout out what they're working on and give you guys some good inspiration for your own cities. It's good to know how many people are in KC. Yeah, Timmy, we know you. Toby's here, Blasian's here, Colt Star, JW, Goober, yeah, you're KC. Hell yeah, Scott, yeah. Wichita and Mikey, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, see, we got a bunch of Midwesterns in here. And I also think it's valuable to highlight local organizations and local organizers, because it gives you an idea of the people you should look out for in your community and like who you should get involved with and how you should organize and stuff. And you can get some inspiration, get some notes. I think it's important we collectivize the struggle a little bit. Learn each other's lessons where we can. Can we make Kansas Marxist again? I'm in Missouri, but yeah, I'm down.
Thomas Dixon fought hard to defend their film and to dismiss any claims of political intentions or racism. The two chose to defend the film on the basis of it being a historical work, thus making it so that the banning of the film was not censoring racist fiction, but actual historical fact. while Dixon sought the legitimacy of statesmen to help him keep the film too prominent to ban. Griffith leaned more into a constitutionalist argument. Aside from denying the film's political nature, he framed any attempt to
Classic, dude. I'm telling the First Amendment is only for slurs. Say it with me. And the Second Amendment is only for school shootings. Yes, this is how the Constitution works, okay? The First Amendment only protects slurs. The Second Amendment only protects school shootings. You cannot use them for any other reasons, or else the government will come after you. Okay?
To censor the film as anti-American and dangerous. In 1916, in response...
Oh, that's cool, Mikey. Actually, low-key, we have in the Discord, we have like a Midwest channel if you're a sub for organizing. I typed up a little bit of a like Midwest, like KC orgs you should join. And I post little updates on what KC orgs are doing, just in case anybody wants to get involved. But if you wanted to do that for Wichita, it would be a great resource for everybody in there.
The criticism he was receiving, he penned a pamphlet called The Rise and Fall of Free Speech in America, where he essentially compares any effort to censor or criticize his film.
What's up with Kansas City and those Oldenburg sculptures? What is that? How are the chatters behaving on Rumble? It's just become a VIP chat. Essentially, it's just all of the oldest and most active chatters are just in there having their own chat, and I think they're enjoying the distance from the stream. So I'm like looking at them and I'm seeing it, but like I don't think they want me to look at it. I don't think they want me to look at it. So it's okay. You guys can have that. It's like Mari's chat for Hassan. Yeah, like actually. We'll let you know there's an actual chat in here. Okay, as if I'm not reading it. Yeah. You guys want to act like you guys want to have a space where I'm not reading, okay? I'm not reading it. You know? I'm not. Yeah. Okay, so this is what you're talking about with the like this one. Yeah, this is the real famous one. This is what they're referencing in my trophy that I got at the film festival this weekend. Yeah, you see? They put the little shuttlecock. The shuttlecock. In my trophy for best documentary feature that I won this weekend with my film at the film festival. My head's not that big. Okay. I'm just really proud. I'm just really proud. I'm very proud of our movie.
To Soviet era censorship of art, the destruction of art itself, and as a threat to American culture. He successfully turned demands to ban a film that was created intentionally to and successfully causing deadly racist violence.
He's making Wojaks. This has to be anti-Semitic. It is.
Free speech and the portrayal of history. Griffith essentially paved the ground that filmmakers like Matt Walsh would use to justify blatantly bigoted material.
We believe that we have as much right to present the facts of histories as we see them on the motion picture screen as a Gazelle, a Bancroft, a Ferrari, or a Woodrow Wilson has to write these facts in his history. We believe it as a right under the Constitution of the United States, and we are supported in this belief by wise judicial decisions in cases where the matter has been presented to the courts in the right way. It is said, the motion picture tells its story more vividly than any other art. In other words, we are able to be blamed for efficiency, for completeness. Is this justice? Is this common sense? We do not think so. We have no wish to offend with indecencies or obscenities, but we do demand, as a right, the liberty to show the dark side of...
Dude, they're the same. This is the same fucking rhetoric that they use now. Like, oh, wow, you're saying my film is bad? What are you, pro-rape? Like, literally the White House fucking press secretary does this exact same shit where they're like, hey, you guys admitted that you deported somebody that wasn't actually, you guys admitted that you didn't mean to deport that person. And they're like, how horrifying that you would do, defense for these terrorists and criminals who are, raping our women and murdering our children. And it's like, what the fuck? The fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Like, nobody is saying that. It's also like, guys, like, this stuff is illegal already. Like, it's in fact not legal to rape people. I know this might be surprising to you, because so many of your politicians get away with it all the time. But like, yeah, like, murder is illegal. It's already like, you want it to be extra illegal or something? Like, I don't know. We're already kind of we already have a lot of freaking prisoners and stuff. We're doing our damnedest. Okay, I'll tell you that much. In terms of police funding and the criminal justice system, they're doing their damnedest. All right.
Of wrong that we may illuminate.
Oh no. Chuck Dies has entered the Rumble chat. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? I've just handed the right wing Chuck Dies on his silver platter. I have done irreparable harm to the dynamics of politics on the internet. Oh no. The balance has been broken. I'm just kidding.
Illuminate the bright side of virtue, the same liberty that is conceded to the art of the written word, that art to which we owe the Bible and the word of Shakespeare.
His and Dixon's strategy was essentially to create this clearly racist film with the intention of spreading their politics, but never actually say to the public that that was their intention. Deny, deny, deny. This was a founding piece of the construction of the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was a racist
Wait, the Museum of Miniatures? That sounds awesome. I've never been there. I grew up here. I've never been there. That sounds cool as fuck. Becca, are you watching? Write that down.
Political strategy popularized by the Nixon campaign, where one would obfuscate racist intentions through vague policy rather than talking openly about it. Instead of saying, we want less people of color on our college campus, they'll say, DEI programs and affirmative action need to go because they're unfair. Instead of saying, we want anti-black policy, they say, we need to be tough on crime. This is the function of the Southern strategy as explained almost word for word by its own creators.
We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them nights after nights on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. Don't quote me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying, "Nigga."
Classic Atwater.
You can't say that hurts you. Backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and
this is recorded too. This is recorded. This is like there's a voice recording of him saying this.
So abstract now that you're talking about cutting taxes and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites, and subconsciously maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that's coded, that we are doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously, sitting around saying we want to cut this is much more abstract than even the busing thing. And a hell.
Oh yeah, this is incredibly prescient. I mean, this is like, this became the blueprint, the Bible for the Republicans, bro.
When Nixon's aide Kevin Phillips popularized this term in 1970, he was talking in a specifically political sense, but this strategy can easily be applied to what Dixon and Griffith were doing with Birth of a Nation. The use of saneism and ableism against black people from Griffith and his supporters is reflective of how many right-wing communities dismiss claims of racism now, both in politics and fan communities. Dixon and Griffith knew exactly what they wrought with The Birth of a Nation. It was on purpose. The same can be said of fascists now. And if I say now that the superhero genre can and does have its roots in these same political intentions, I have no doubt that people will respond viscerally and say it can't be true or I'm taking things too seriously. But that is exactly how people responded to Birth of a Nation, word for word. People seem to either forget or ignore that propaganda works. People make it for a reason, and the urge to dismiss it as innocuous is one of the impacts of good propaganda. There's a reason that Birth of a Nation was made, a political intention. It was the second film ever shown in the White House, and we know why. Dixon wanted and needed to attach the legitimacy of policymakers to his pseudo-historical narrative to make it spread. He needed that boost to make it convincing. His film was a suggestion being provided to policymakers and to the people. It was, like Stan Lee said, showing the image of the ideal American man, and his film worked. It was so widely loved because it spoke to how many white people had already mythologized their past.
Yep.
It taught some how to act and affirmed action for others. There is a reason why our superheroes appear to us in military ads, why Captain America hunts terrorists in the Middle East, or communists in the era of the Red Scare. When Sam Wilson and Black Panther are hunting down and fighting primarily just other black and brown people whose revolutionary politics have gone too far, something is being communicated to you, an ideology. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
He absolute fucking gas spitting in that last segment. Oh my god. Such a great bringing it into modern day shit too. This is true. And also like I do kind of want to talk about this for just a little bit because I'm seeing on the internet like quite a lot about, and we've already had this conversation, so I don't want to like overextend it and like you know, like beat a dead horse here, but like I feel like there's this coming attitude from what I perceive to be the younger generation of leftists, where like I feel like they kind of want to like not create like stuff that is like documentaries, like an emerging, this emerging opinion of like where I feel like people are like just really ready to like give up on propaganda, where they're like, no, like there's no point in trying to like advocate towards the like normal person in art or media because they're lost already. And I don't know, I really disagree. And I think in this specific thing I'm thinking about is the Encampments documentary coming out. And maybe it's unfair to bring that into this because I think there's other criticisms of that may be valid, but again, I think a lot of it is happening with I think a lot of it is happening because it's not easily accessible to watch. And even if it was, some people would never watch it and they just like, you know, would be against it. But I don't know. I think I just feel like a lot of people rush to attack a thing and like rush to like, you know, they're a lot of people's politics are stuck in this attitude of like, you know, I'm defined by the critique I make about the thing. And I don't think that's very helpful. And I think we should be active and on the offensive in art, especially like, and that's why, like, I don't know. I believe in that really wholeheartely. I really, really personally believe wholeheartedly that like the creation of art has the potential to change the world. Like, and maybe it's ridiculous and it's definitely a little romantic. But I think it's true. Like, cause art changed my world. Like art changed my life and it gave me the attitudes and the ideologies that I have just as much as any fucking text or like, you know, theory did. It was the art and the films that I watched and like loved, that made me who I am. You know, and so we should never give that up. And this is also not like I'm not against criticism. Criticism is my fucking career, you know? I think a lot of people perceive me as that person on like Twitter and shit, where because I am criticizing, you know, AOC or Bernie. But if you'll notice, if you think that I can be like this sometimes, notice that my critiques are very pointed, and that I always am like pointing at something very specific. You know what I mean? I'm not like talking in abstract. I'm not talking in absolutes. I'm talking in specifics, and like, you know, this thing needs to change. I to me, that makes a big difference. And I understand why it doesn't for some people. You know what I mean? I've been trying to learn more about Jose Rizal and the revolutions in the Philippines. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I don't know. I just think we need to like fight. We need to be fighting on all fronts, and culture is a big front. And you can tell by how Hollywood has, and like the industries of these of documentary, like the American documentary industry, the American filmmaking industry is bending the knee and kissing the ring. And like now more than ever, the decision makers and the gatekeepers are less accountable to us than they've ever been. The unions are weaker now than they've ever been, and I think it's going to be really, really hard and rare for art like the encampments to come out. And when it does, I think we should support it. I really think we should support it. You know, sometimes the seeds of propaganda can lay dormant. I realize my favorite films and cartoons supported resistance and opposed the evil empire. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a great propaganda that reveals America is the Fire Nation. Star Wars is obviously anti-empire. Yeah. No. I agree 100%. 100%. That these kind of that media touches into something really deep, and like you need art. Gramsci's prison notebooks make the case clear for why art is important for revolutionary change. It's part of deciding the cultural hegemony. Yes, 100%. I mean, it's also just like, you know, I don't know. I think creating images of a world that's not this one is like critical for revolutionary optimism. Like being able to like imagine a better world is step one. Do you know what I mean? It's step one. Like that's step one. Can you imagine the world better than we have it now? A lot of people can't. Truly. Andrewism does some good work on this. Is that a YouTube channel? We have to foment that though. We have to foment that, like, and agitate that that revolutionary optimism, that revolutionary imagination. You know, imagination is a huge part of revolution. I think it's a theme across the left in general to be maximalist and discount things they don't see as revolutionary enough. It's probably the worst features of leftist circles. I don't know. I think people also like take Twitter as like the left, and they encapsulate Twitter as the left. I think if you actually go outside and talk to people who aren't as online as we are, who are doing organizing, you'll find people are much more normal and good, you know. I think that's like an online thing. But I don't know. I think it's an important combo to have, because these things have power. Like, it is true. And if it didn't have power, then they wouldn't spend so much time lying about us. Like, the encampment movement, the student intifada was like, from before it was even over, before the cops were even in breaking down tents, like, the media was there spinning lies. You know, like the media was there creating the propaganda, spinning absolute and false narratives and lies. And like, I don't. There's not much we can do in the moment. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's weird. It's also, it is a larger conversation because we are in a moment of like fucking mass surveillance and like suppression, and in a way that we've never experienced in our lifetime. So, like, I don't want to stream it. I probably would not be, if the encampments happen now, I would not be live. I would not be doing IRL streams there. I don't think that would be correct to do. I'm not saying that like I don't think there's any place for IRL protest streams. Like I actually do think I want to do like IRL protest streams at some like Tesla protests or some of these like pro-democracy #resistance moments. Like I think talking to libs would be like an interesting IRL stream at a protest, but yeah, especially Palestinian ones, like I don't know. I don't think the value is there. And I do think there's a lot of value in my streams at UCLA. I hope you would agree. But yeah. The 5th is probably a safe IRL. Yeah, it is. I think stuff like that would be okay. Cuz you know, those are like liberals, they're not like at risk yet. They're like old white people. You know? Oh, I'm already subscribed. I am subscribed to that channel. But I don't know. I think we need to fight back. We need to be making content and like telling the truth about these things as they're happening. And it's hard. I finally got out to a march in Chicago last Saturday. My buddy does great work with documenting and editing the moments. Oh, sick. Uh-oh. I don't know why my encoder has been so weird tonight. I feel like it's my PC. It just won't load shit. I think it's because I'm dual streaming, actually. Can you try not pausing it? I didn't. Prodigy, it pauses itself because it's loading. Look. I didn't even like do anything. Yeah. I think it's my PC encoder, actually.
Because I haven't even explained.
Anyway, let's get back to this video. This is a really fucking good video. Really, really good video. I hate that I don't get to see any of these docs. Me too, Cheesy Bread. It's starting to play in LA next week. I can't see it. But hopefully it'll come to our small towns too. I think it might. If there's an art house near you, I think it might. The distribution seems to be going really well, so I think they'll hit us soon enough.
Exactly how Birth of a Nation created the superhero film genre. What are the actual ways in which Birth of a Nation is a superhero movie? The film's main character and primary hero, Ben Cameron, is an ex-military protege of combat. Superheroes being ex-military is a very...
It might be available online, just not right. Like, it's in theaters now, so... I mean, maybe in like 6 months or something, it might go online. We don't know. Maybe.
Common trope. One of those ones you don't realize is super prevalent at first until you think for a second and then realize it's everywhere. Like black superheroes with lightning powers. Additionally, another way that the Birth of a Nation's creation was very similar to the creation of modern superhero movies, D.W. Griffith actually licensed the use of military equipment for his film, borrowing it from military academies who saw the opportunity to share their equipment with the filmmaker as a good chance to create positive propaganda for the military. This connection between Griffith and the military-industrial complex at the time is not only emblematic of the connections between the military-industrial complex now and the Marvel franchise or other superhero franchises, but of the connections between the military and American colonial interests with Hollywood and the film genre in general. After Ben Cameron's home becomes overrun by a corrupt political establishment, he must don a costume in order to become a vigilante and defeat the threats that the city is unwilling and incapable of dealing with. Ben is not only ex-military but an exceptional soldier who displays courage, self-sacrifice, and impressive physical feats before donning the mask. When he does, it's after finding inspiration by seeing white children scaring black ones by hiding under sheets and pretending to be ghosts. Ben creates a team of other costumed vigilantes whose inaugural battle is chasing down a villain to avenge a loved one he's killed. Ben, as the masked figure, takes up a crusade against crime, corruption, and evil. Literally a crusade in many ways, bearing religious iconography and inspiration, and taking on knight-like imagery. Let's not forget that members of the clan called themselves knights, and knight riders. The death of Ben's sister at the hands of a villain pushes him to become a vigilante, and his inaugural mission is avenging her death. Ben's father at one point discovers his son's clan robes, and is arrested for possessing them when a crackdown is instituted. Ben, as a vigilante, has to fight against a corrupt establishment and go outside of the law to bring justice. He wears a mask to hide his identity and protect himself and his loved ones from being discovered. I mean, he's riding around the city in a cape and a mask with a symbol on his chest. What more do you want?
Yeah, literally, bro. Actually, it all came from this. Jesus.
To claim that Birth of a Nation is the only inspiration for the superhero genre. In fact, some of these connections that I've pointed out are less taken from Birth of a Nation and more exemplative of shared inspirations, but that is not to say that Birth of a Nation doesn't have its place. The film and the book helped create the genre of masked vigilantes. It became a particularly easy plot point for pulp fiction to pilfer, and eventually became a cultural staple.
Vice-ridden communities and plots to conquer America became and remain central motifs of superhero narratives, and the superhero's ability to act outside of the law, superseding an impotent government's police powers, is one of the character type's most defining qualities. The other primary traits, mission, secret identity, mask costume, and self-defining emblem, are also elements portrayed by Dixon and inherited by the superhero via Griffith and the 1914-44 KKK.
Okay, I'm gonna throw you all for a loop here, but on this topic that we're on right now and everything that was just laid out, Luigi, I think actually a lot of Luigi's no, seriously, take me seriously here. A lot of the reasons that everybody in America can identify and like the positive response to Luigi was because of this, like because of this priming. Would be a villain in a Batman movie? Yes, but also I think people see him as the hero because of other reasons, but like yes, like Luigi is the archetype of a superhero doing something outside of the law because of an impotent government, police powers. Like, yes. No, 100%. Like, it is a quintessential story. Also, I like, damn, I should really make this YouTube video. But there's also a lot to be said about Luigi and like American outlaw history, with regards to like Jesse James. There's like a babyface guy who is Jesse James was like a racist and like a Confederate, who was doing most of his shit to like fund Confederate. Pretty Boy Floyd, yes, that's the one. Pretty Boy Floyd was an actual like I don't know what his politics were, but he was breaking into banks, stealing money for himself, obviously, but on his way out was burning debt history, like the debt history of the town. And it was viewed as a hero to everyone. Like he was a mythological hero of the time because he would do like actual, like, you know, economic justice measures whenever he was doing his like crimes. The American outlaw, these people were cherished and like heralded as heroes in their own time as well, you know, and they were like protected because of that. And I don't know, I think Luigi falls very, very closely into that stuff. And I don't know, maybe something to keep an eye on as we go into this new era. Rittenhouse or Daniel Penny, I think there's some crossover with them too, and people's support of them. Yeah, I do think that's true. That's true. That's actually a point that I hadn't brought up, but I think is worth mentioning too. This would be a great YouTube video. I low-key have like a whole script outlined and everything, but I just like lost steam on it and didn't record it. But now that I have this new setup, I kind of am inspired to do more like direct-to-camera recordings. So maybe I'll finally record it. Maybe I will.
What does it mean for the superhero genre to have these origins? I don't think the superhero genre is entirely cooked. After all, one of the first superheroes is Superman, a character developed by the children of Jewish refugees to be the champion of the oppressed. Superman didn't just fight robbers in his initial runs, he fought industrialists and corrupt businessmen. He fought the Klan. In fact, while Batman bears a lot of similarities to Birth of a Nation's iteration of the Klan, he has also fought the Klan. But at the same time, the superhero genre does get many of its genre tropes from Birth of a Nation. The cinematography that makes these films appealing, the crosscuts, the parallel action, the massive battle scenes, crusading knights and dramatic close-ups, they were all in service of a political narrative then and now. I won't ever condemn the superhero genre, but we need to make sure we're looking at these films for what they're trying to tell us. Understand what they're trying to tell us to think, implying about real life. When Captain Marvel appears in Air Force ads, we should ask ourselves what she's really in service of. The idea that black people are intrinsically superstitious, or uniquely so, is a product of slavery-era racism and colonization. The demonization of West African spiritual practices in the Americas during the colonial period created the association in white people between native African spiritual practices and black, pun intended, magic and superstition.
Yes, I agree, Sven. My chat is amazing. I always say I have the best chat on this entire platform, and I fucking mean it. Like, no, really, I love hanging out in here. It's so fun. Y'all make it so much better, for real. This chat is amazing.
White people simultaneously believed that black people had access to dangerous pagan magic and needed to be force-fed Christianity, and that black people were overly religious and spiritually paranoid. When Batman says criminals are a superstitious and cowardly lot in order to justify dressing up as a monster and frightening them, the exact same logic the original KKK used to frighten black people. We should
not over here on Rumble. There's all these nasty commies in the chat. They're still going hard. It's so funny to me that the Rumble chat has been active all night long. Like, I'm worried that some of you won't come back. I'm actually worried some of you will not come back. You're just gonna perma chat in my offline Rumble chat every time I'm live.
Should ask what he's reflecting. What does it mean to tell stories about people fighting criminals in a world where criminal is a political designation? Who watches the Watchers isn't just a question about who's holding those with the power to enforce accountable.
How's Rumble going? It's great. I don't think I've had a single actual user of the platform watch my stream. But I've had enough to get partner. So everybody's using it just as like a side chat of the normal Twitch chat, which is fine. I mean, it's cool. There's a culture over there. There's a culture over there. I'm not gonna stomp it out. Okay. It gives me some hope. I mean, you guys are gonna go to a different platform, even if it's Rumble. Even if it's Rumble, you guys will come and hang out with me, which makes me feel good. That's awesome. That's awesome. What is this? You got the Rumble. You got me on 2 screens. Is this how it goes? Hell yeah. Double it up.
A statement on what we learn from these heroes. We are the ones watching the Watcher, and we emulate what they tell us to believe. what they teach us to see the world as, and how we reflect our sense of justice onto them. How these heroes can convey our best selves to us, but also our worst. How they can serve as propaganda when every supervillain is an evil revolutionary. In the era after slavery was enshrined into the Constitution as a punishment for the criminal class.
Yeah, VC, that's what I got going on over here. I got it popped out. I have it right here.
The US saw radical changes to a formerly lucrative business. The use of criminality as a situation where slavery is acceptable gave an incentive for the business class to criminalize a wide range of innocuous behaviors. Thus, we received the Black Codes, a set of laws that governed the daily activities of Black people. Instituted in 1865, these codes were the origins of anti-loitering laws, as Black people could not gather in groups in public at certain times, couldn't be in public at all without a job, and couldn't sue white people in court. Many of our superheroes fought crime in an era where being Black and drinking from the wrong water fountain was a crime. Old comics are full of racist tropes and caricatures of Black people, Asians, and indigenous people. The anti-Asian sentiments within comics come especially intertwined with anti-communism. The genre is clearly capable of telling stories that are anti-fascist, progressive, and positive. These stories reflect us, our hopes and dreams and biases. We should be comfortable having conversations about them. Because if Birth really is the first superhero film, then it means we've been having the exact same conversations about this genre for the last 110 years, and Alan Moore is even more right than we thought. No comic writer better encapsulated exactly what Alan Moore is talking about better than his bizarro evil counterpart, Frank Miller.
True. Frank Miller is bizarro evil Alan Moore in a very comic book way. It's so true. That's such a good read.
Sorry. If you recognize the name and you love it, face the wall.
Just look at the flowers.
Jokes aside, Miller is one of the most important comic writers of all time. Most specifically for his work writing Batman. All-Star Batman, seen as one of the worst Batman comics ever, and The Dark Knight Returns Parts 1 and 2. Frustratingly seen as some of the best Batman comics ever. Frank Miller's work, despite being artistically off and lacking in writing quality, has had a massive impact on the legacy of comics in general, but primarily Batman. Essentially, every single Batman interpretation post The Dark Knight Returns has been influenced by him. Miller's work in the comics industry is intensely political and deeply rooted in its specific temporal context, not just because of how racist they tend to be, but he often writes in response to specific political trends and movements, most specifically for Miller, the tough-on-crime era of the 1980s and 1990s. In 1971, Richard Nixon introduced the nation to a new phrase, war on drugs. This marked the introduction of new sentencing laws.
I was trying to think of the other big text that you guys might know Frank Miller from, and I just remembered it's Sin City. It got a very popular adaptation.
Drugs and harsher classifications. This strengthened the ability of the state to go after drug producers and users on the ground and in court. In direct correlation with increases in anti-drug legislation came an increase.
Sin City is dope. I mean, rewatch it again more recently, and also just like I'm not. Wait, he also wrote 300. Wait, I actually didn't know that. That's very interesting. Okay, so here's the thing with all of Frank Miller's like texts, they depict the outside world as like he basically just writes as if like a conservative is imagining San Francisco. And that's the world. Like it's the conservative imagination of like a democratic run city. And that's like the world that's like where everything takes place. It's like the most like conservative like idea of city life, where like everybody is just it's caricature. Yeah, for real. Everybody's out to kill you or scam you or like find you in a dark alleyway and like, you know, beat you up. Like it's just like Very weird.
Increase in harsh anti-crime bills. This became an escalating trend as politicians accused their opponents of not being tough on crime, and their
You are not fooling me. No. Account created today. Yeah, okay.
opponents passed increasingly harsh laws to punish crimes in response, and turned that criticism back on them. If that cycle sounds familiar, it's because it's what we still do.
I did it, I know, but I thought you were like an actual Rumble user and not just like one of us in the chat on Twitch. I'm trying to find real Rumble people, so I saw a new name. I had to look.
And it's escalated to the point that despite violent crime being at an all-time low, the police murdered more people last year than any year before, breaking the previous record of the year before that and breaking the record of the year before that.
Right,
just like every year it gets hotter, every year the police murder more people. As we've stated before, Nixon's goal here was, in his aide's own words, not to actually solve any drug crisis, but to criminalize black and brown populations and anti-war activists who served as his political enemies.
We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them nights after nights on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
At the same time that tough on crime policies were becoming a key strategy in the US, the 24-hour news cycle was becoming prominent. A policy of if it bleeds, it leads, pushed the most violent and sensationalist stories to the forefront, and this contributed to a growing willingness by the populace to put up with draconian anti-crime laws. This benefited stations because sensationalism keeps people watching and generates revenue. It's the same logic behind most YouTube thumbnails and Twitter algorithms that show you stuff they know will anger you. But it also had another feature: manufacturing consent for tough on crime policies by scaring people night after night. In a sense, the news provided propaganda through their coverage of crime that convinced.
This still happens every single night. Every single local nightly news does this. Still. Fox News does it nationally too. I mean, fuck, TYT even does it. Like, who doesn't do it? It's just like a part of news.
People to support
true crime shit too. Yep.
That harmed them.
Although I do think there is like some nuance in true crime, because a lot of the time true crime, I feel like police often don't come off looking great in a lot of true crime nowadays. They kind of like show their incompetencies and like people getting off on like that are very obviously the crime. Yeah. There's a bungled investigation. Yeah, that's like pretty standard in that kind of genre nowadays. So I think in some ways it, but it depends on the media for sure. There's a lot of stuff about like false convictions now too, which I think is good work,
Such as Joe Biden's 1994 crime bill. It is extremely important that we keep all of this information in the context of a country where the diversion of racist policy into anti-crime policy became normalized in politics over 100 years.
Yeah, 2000 era network true crime stuff. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still a shitload of that on now too. I mean, Cops, the show Cops, Live PD, all of that stuff.
Prior, with Jim Crow and the Black Codes. This is the exact context Frank Miller is baked in when he releases The Dark Knight Returns in 1986 at 29 years old.
Yeah, Citizen, those kind of apps are a big part of it too.
Grizzled Bruce Wayne, who exists in a much darker Gotham. While the setting of the Batman mythos has always been an incredibly dark, crime-ridden place, here it's worse. The city is overrun by an inhuman gang known as the Mutants. Corrupt liberal establishments are incapable and unwilling to deal with them, and liberal peaceniks use mental health to allow murderers like the Joker to run free, claiming to be healed, to the tune of dozens of deaths. In this story, Batman returns from retirement to save a Gotham that has degraded and degenerated without his watch. Batman's return is challenged not just by the mutant gang, but the police as well. The comic shows people commenting on Batman's return, with talking head politicians and experts questioning his methods, while the salt of the earth working class of Gotham, Frank Miller's sterile strawman for the people, commend Batman, one saying, "I hope he goes after the queers next." Later on in the comic, When Jim Gordon shoots a teenager who's mugging him, he says the words, "I think of Barbara and the rest is easy," placing a woman he loves on a pedestal and using his love for her as justification to murder without thought. The comic ends with Batman taking the remnants of the mutant gang, including neo-Nazis, and recruiting them to his new gang, the Sons of Batman, in order to bring order to a Gotham in chaos. Afterward, Superman tries to stop him at the behest of Ronald Reagan for some reason, and fails. The fact that Frank Miller is running to the right of Ronald Reagan is giving me an aneurysm that I don't feel like dealing with right now. Batman fakes his death and continues his work fighting crime. Batman and his gang go on to make Gotham the safest city in the world. The Dark Knight Returns is Frank Miller's right-wing fantasy of resistance. In it, crime is...
Yeah, people love this too. I mean, I've read it. But Batman, The Dark Knight Returns, people fucking love this series. It's like a hugely influential Batman comic.
Caused by sick individuals, and any response to it other than absolute violence is pointless and stupid. The will of disconnected liberal elites who don't know the reality on the ground, or marijuana-smoking hippies. I take offense to that. In it, Miller is both criticizing the world we live in, and also positing the ideal individual in that world through Batman, his vision of a way forward. Birth of a Nation was created to inspire a specific mode of action and a specific outlook. It was made to model the ideal political expression of a moral white man in America. Miller's Batman does exactly the same. When Miller criticizes the police in this work, he does so from the perspective of someone who sees America's police as neutered, weak, and unwilling to do what needs to be done. He thinks they need to be a little more rough. He sees restorative justice programs and mental health-based approaches to crime as worthless, as methods of abiding violence and doing nothing, allowing problems to escalate. Gotham's city government isn't capable of stopping crime. They're unwilling to do what needs to be done.
Dude, this is like so just like spot on the nose our politics now too. I mean, even like more like just like compare it to like 2 years ago. And the conversations that were happening around crime, around like Democrat-run cities, like that, you know, it's the politicians that are too weak to do what needs to be done to the people here. And it's like, what in the fuck are you talking about? And I mean, we're seeing it happen now. And also, like, just so you guys are aware, these things will come back into light, you know? Like Trump... the media has been like quiet on it for a bit now that Trump is in office, but like it's gonna come back and there's gonna be like action taken. Like this isn't, and I don't know what it looks like. It could honestly look like LA electing a really conservative, disgusting mayor. It really could. Like Rick Caruso was a really, really bad. Really, really, really bad sign, and it could get worse. It could get worse.
When Gordon talks about the killing of a teenager and how easy it was, Miller is expressing his ideal cop. He is expressing how he believes a cop should behave. They should shoot children without thought. Frank Miller criticizes the government not for being authoritarian, but for misdirecting its authority against good people just trying to do what they're not willing to. A number of plot points in Miller's The Dark Knight mirror plot points in Birth of a Nation. For one, the overall Batman mythos shares similarities already. Ben Cameron and Bruce Wayne are both vigilante crusaders, forced to become warriors again years after putting down their weapons, in order to face a cruel and corrupt system. They have to fight a liberal establishment that abides by and makes excuses for a degenerate class.
You got a real Rumble user? Yeah, I'm not looking at that. Account created April 3rd.
And that seeks to stop them from fighting back against that degenerate class. The mutants in this story are borderline a racist caricature, inhuman monsters who represent the concept of a criminal, and speak a broken English that mirrors the Pigden English of Birth of a Nation's black people. Criminals in this story constitute a subhuman group of mutated monsters, whose step up to power is explicitly motivated by a desire to the women of Gotham. Again, this mirrors the villainous motivations of the black people in D.W. Griffith's work, whose master villainous plot ends with the legalization of interracial marriage. The immediate scene after being of black men leering at white women in the infamous scene between Gus and
You're
Ford.
not.
D.W. Griffith and
You're not legit.
Sexual paranoias about black men and women and about the black race infecting the white race are somewhat mirrored in The Dark Knight Returns, when the mutants make their comments about wanting to prey on the women of Gotham in a sexual manner, so to speak. In both stories, the vigilantes must fight against the federal government and its overreach and policies. A single courageous individual must inspire others to stand up. Both Bruce Wayne and Ben Cameron don their masks to strike fear into their enemies and play into their superstitions. Bruce sees a bat fly and is inspired to play on his enemies' fears by donning such a visage. Ben sees white children pretend to be a ghost to scare black children.
Damn.
His own.
God damn, dude. Holy shit. These parallels are so good.
Likely isn't a coincidence either. The creators of Batman, Bob Kane and Bill Finger, were heavily influenced by pulp detective fiction, specifically a comic called The Bat by the creator of Zorro, Johnston McCulley. Birth was still a popular film, receiving re-releases in the early 30s when the men behind the Batman mythos were first creating the character, but McCulley was around when the film was first released. His own pulp fiction work was already vital to the creation of the superhero genre, but it's not hard to see that he was influenced by Griffith's work. That influence trickles down from Griffith to McCulley, then from McCulley to Finger and Kane, both of whom consumed his work.
He would not be able to appear in public unless he was carefully and cleverly disguised. He must become a figure of sinister import, a strange nemesis that would eventually become a legendary terror of crimedom. In the shadows above his head came a slithering, flapping sort of sound. As the creature hovered above the lamp for an instant, it cast a huge shadow upon the cabin wall. "That's it," exclaimed Claude out loud. "I'll call myself the Bat."
Both characters in these stories have a woman they love suffer violence at the hand of a villain, enabled by the weak federal establishment. The stories even end in a similar way, with the vigilantes restoring justice by stirring up a mob of allies who carry the same mantle, and using violence to end the rule of their enemies. The Sons of Batman bring order to Gotham with Batman as their leader, ending the mutant gang, fighting the corrupt federal establishment, and making Gotham the safest city in the world. The Ku Klux Klan brings order to the South through violence, rebelling against the state and bringing an end to the menace of black mob rule, establishing white supremacy and order in the South once again. In a sense, Frank Miller's work is a spiritual sequel to The Birth of a Nation. It is borderline an adaptation. The same way that Batman is used to make unique adaptations of Lovecraft stories or Gothic urban horror, Miller uses Gotham as a unique setting to retell the historical romance of the Ku Klux Klan. And that story, that work, is the anvil upon which too much of the modern Batman mythos is formed. Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, the Arkham games, and many of the other writers of the character all pull from Miller's work for their own.
Big time.
What does that mean?
Big time.
When did the...
Actually, low-key, especially the Arkham games. Especially the Arkham games pull from Frank Miller's work. Christopher Nolan obviously pulls a lot. This is such a good video. Holy fuck.
Burning Cross become a bat symbol.
They're great games, by the way. But in terms of the politics and the plot, he's 100% spot on.
What do these things mean for the superhero genre? Has a simple answer. It means that the purpose of the superhero genre, to an extent, is propaganda. And propaganda in service of American interests and white supremacy. With that knowledge and understanding, we must reinterrogate our heroes and the mythos around them. Let's take Batman for example once again. Not to abuse Mr. Wayne for this video, he just is one of the worst examples of this issue in some ways. People frequently ask the question, is Batman a fascist? And the easy answer is no when you're stupid for asking. But this channel isn't about easy answers, and it's also not a particularly nice answer. The complicated answer, which is what this channel is about, is to respond to the question with a question. Because if Batman himself as a character is intrinsically fascist, is an impossible question to answer. So many people with different intentions have written the character that the question has changed. You shouldn't be asking if Batman is a fascist, but when. When is Batman a fascist? And as we've seen, one of those whens is when he's written by Frank Miller. But even knowing that versions of Batman exist who are explicitly anti-fascist won't change the core aspects of his mythos that are fascistic. For example, Arkham Asylum. When it debuted in Batman number 258 in October of 1975, It was this massive, isolated facility where Batman's most dangerous and insane criminals were housed. Arkham Asylum is still around in a lot of Batman media, and its depictions range from an intrinsically evil facility that Batman dumps his villains into, or a somewhat well-meaning facility inequipped to hold the patients it does. Batman is frequently there quelling riots and rowdy residents. At one point, Batman even falsifies documents to have one of his enemies forcibly committed there. Asylums in popular culture and understanding are seen as incredibly eerie and dark places, partly due to film, partly due to real-life accounts. Asylums have their track.
Yeah, I mean,
their death.
Psychiatric care pre-1980 was fucking incredibly bleak. And it really only changed thanks to really, really important work by a bunch of disabled activists who fought for the American Disabilities Act. A really, really great movie on this history because it is so untold in America and should, in my opinion, be like as well known and known about as any other protest movement that you could think of in American history. Crip Camp on YouTube. It's free to watch. It's called Crip Camp. It's an incredible film about the American disability movement and really in depth, like shows you the people. It's so fucking good. I love that movie so much. It's so good. If you haven't seen it, please go watch it. It's so good. It's a history that you need to know. Like it needs to be taught in schools, like for real. I think the woman who like really led the movement is called Judy Heumann. I think is her name. I hope I'm right.
Insulin shock therapy, one particular form of treatment at these facilities, was just one cruel way of keeping patients under control by forcing them into a coma. This was achieved by essentially force-feeding them massive amounts of insulin. It was commonly used on schizophrenia patients as well as others. The technique's creator, Austrian-born psychiatrist Manfred Sekel, claimed that it had an 88% success rate. Somewhere between 1 and 5% of patients.
Oh, I have. I have, Sven. We've watched it on stream before.
Connected to it died. One survivor, an activist from the psychiatric survivors movement, said this: "For me, combined insulin coma convulsive treatment was an attempt to break my will, to force me back to an earlier phase of my spiritual and intellectual development. It was also the most devastating, painful, and humiliating experience of my life. Afterwards, I felt that every part of me was less than what it had been, except for memory traces, some titles of the many books I had read. For example, my memory for the 3 preceding years was gone. The wipeout in my mind was like a path cut across a heavily chalked blackboard with an eraser. I did not know that John F. Kennedy was president, although he had been elected 2.5 years earlier. There were also big chunks of memory loss for experiences and events spanning my entire life. My high school and college education was effectively destroyed. I came to believe that shock treatment was a brainwashing method. Some years later, I found corroboration for this opinion in a professional journal describing ECT's effect on patients by 2 psychiatrist proponents of the procedure. Their minds are like clean slates upon which we can write."
I'm pretty sure they still do electric shock therapy. It's pretty rare, and I obviously not used like it used to be. But I'm pretty sure in some cases they still use it. Am I? Yeah, right, Richard Witchery? Yeah, shock therapy is being used again at a disturbing rate. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's not in the same way they used to use it back then, but yeah. No. Not just about muscles. I'm talking they are still doing it to people's brains. I've had it. Whoa, really? Did it work? Did it work? I'm not saying, listen, I'm not a psychiatric. I'm not a psychiatric. I'm no scientist, you know. If it were, I think they were kind of like, you know, treating something that needed a scalpel with a shotgun, probably back then, but that doesn't mean that there's not like some value to it.
Experimentation on patients was not uncommon in psychiatric hospitals, and insulin shock therapy is just one abusive treatment tactic Arkham canonically uses on its inmates, not even getting into the
Also, they're talking about insulin shock therapy. That's actually a way different thing. That's a way different thing.
Shock therapy treatments and other violent, abusive methods. The fact that Batman continues bringing his enemies here is more than a moral failing on his part. The comic Batman, A Serious House on Serious Earth, with its haunting, surreal, and impressionistic art and psychological horror and mystery, dissects Arkham Asylum and Batman's role in its existence. Through convoluted plans and supernatural methods, the inmates conspire to trap Batman there, believing he belongs there with them. In the end, Batman is allowed to leave.
Yeah, I don't know. I again, like, I think it's, listen, we don't understand it, so I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt, you know. But I think there's a lot of difference between how electroshock therapy was being used back then and how it might be used now. I think the technology has probably been very different. I don't mean to, like, you know, instill doubt in people. If your psychiatrist is saying that this will help you, I would trust them over me. You know what I mean? It might work. I don't know. But yeah, that's why I was like, I think they're still doing that.
Leave broken, only because Two-Face allows him to, superseding his own limitations and mental illness in order to do so. In this comic, the origins of the asylum are laid bare and its methods questioned, but nothing definitive is said. This comic isn't about if the asylum should or shouldn't exist, but Batman's place in it, and it refuses to give us a definitive answer even for that question. Asylums aren't really around anymore, and there's a number of reasons for that, ranging from the lack of funding and support from the state due to deinstitutionalization, which was the process of removing large amounts of people from these facilities, from psychiatric care facilities, in order to relieve the financial burden on the state, often leaving people without adequate care. The constant stories of abuse, neglect, and bad medicine.
Show me. No. Bubba. Look. Good boy. I got one eye.
And the question of eugenics in asylums brought up by the Nazis' use of these facilities as ad hoc death camps for the mentally ill.
He is tired. He's sleepy.
There's also a lot to be said regarding Arkham Asylum when it comes to the way that mental illness is criminalized, but also how criminality is made into a mental illness. As we've talked about before, the concept of what is and is not a crime is political, but the same is true for what is and is not mental illness. During the time of slavery, drapetomania was a condition that psychiatrists came up to explain why slaves ran away. A prime example of the way that the psychological field of medicine is used as a political tool against certain groups. Another
this is still happening, by the way. Nowadays it's called excited delirium or agitated delirium. This is the medical community collaborating with law enforcement to create a made-up diagnosis that justifies police murders. 100%.
A great example of this is the concept of hysteria and how many women who were often reacting very...
John Oliver I haven't watched John Oliver's segment on it, but John Oliver just did a segment on it this week. We'll probably watch it later this week.
To patriarchal violence.
What did you call it? It's called excited delirium or agitated delirium. They use both of those terms, but they mean the same thing, and it's like a made-up diagnosis that medical examiners and morgues use to diagnose somebody post-mortem of that explains like why, you know, people should fear for their lives.
Given the label of hysterical in order to justify incarcerating them using mental health facilities, or to straight up lobotomize away their ability to resist or be problematic women. When you question how many young women and wives needing support and community were locked away, drugged, and lobotomized and abused in these facilities, how many people were brought to them not for help but as an alternative to a form of incarceration, they start to become inexcusable. Those questions are why, in the 1970s, the psychiatric survivors movement began and led to the formation of the Mental Patients Liberation Front. By 2015, due to all of these factors, asylums as we know them no longer existed. Batman: Assault on Arkham released just a year before. In the 2022 game, Gotham Knights, developed by WB Games Montreal, the asylum is closed due to structural issues, and its residents are transferred to Blackgate Prison. A little on the nose there. It feels strange to have institutions like this not only still be prevalent in the Batman mythos, but often still portrayed as good and necessary, or at the very least necessary. Characters like Harley Quinn often have their positive character arcs hinge on completing their treatment there. Poison Ivy is one of the people often placed there, which feels wrong.
Yeah.
Is Poison Ivy insane?
Right.
In 2025, the future hottest year on record, the year where we may potentially reach an unfixable tipping point with anthropogenic climate change. Was Poison Ivy really that crazy? A few months ago, I released a video about the environmentalist movement and the invention of eco-terrorism as a concept, and I think a lot about Poison Ivy in that regard, and how she came to be the quintessential eco-terrorist in popular culture, and somewhat helped to spread the myth and manufacture consent for crackdowns on environmentalists, while at the same time allowing Batman to perpetuate the myth of the good billionaire who uses his wealth solely to effect positive change. This video isn't about the profit motive or why all billionaires are bad, just I need you to trust me on this one. Go read the manga. Culturally speaking, Poison Ivy can't really be seen as...
Wait, what? There's a capital manga?
Go read the manga. Culturally...
Capital in manga based on the classic text by Marx? Dude, what? That's sick. I want to own that. Also, wait, chat. I have to show you something that I found at my parents' place when I was back home. I actually found my book of Capital. Look at the thick boy. Feel that? And it's really funny because, you know, I always tell you, you only have to read like the first 12 chapters to get a lot out of it. Look at the spine of the book. It's like fucking destroyed up to halfway through. And look, dude, look. Like I read this, I got underlines and shit in here. No, I was actively reading it. Look. I'm like writing in the fucking... Okay, don't ever. You have to think, bitch. Yeah, I read over 300 pages of it. I got to like page 350. You try to read that far, bro. I'm telling you, man. After listen, I got to chapter 11, 416 in here. This is the last underline. It's right there. Chapter 11, and that's where the creases stop. You see? That's where the creases stop, right there. I've never read past chapter 11, and I'll never lie about it. It's true. I've read it, the first 10 chapters, intently, okay? But I can't, dude, now we're talking about... It just gets really in the weeds, and I don't know. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. You've only read the Old Testament of Marx. True. I got so much out of it, though. It actually did change the way I think about the world. It's a great book. But dude, I can't. It's so dense. And then like, I don't know, I just lost it. This is the truth. I'm being honest with you. I also just thought the back of the book was really funny.
Speaking, Poison Ivy can't really be seen as...
Yeah, like honestly, the first 3 chapters are fucking like the meme of the fire coming out of it. You know what I mean? Capital Manga. How big is this? This is sick. That's sick. The Communist Manifesto illustrated. That's awesome.
More, due to the cultural context that surrounds her. She's too frequently proven right, and by shifting her targets to billionaires and corporations rather than random Gotham citizens, her crimes become a lot more agreeable to a modern-day audience. She's basically been a hero for a long time. Even in Arkham Knight, it's her sacrifice that saves Gotham. And I think there's something fascinating about whether she's existed as propaganda or not, the way that she's drifted culturally, and how she serves as an example of shifting material conditions affecting the cultural conceptions of crime and villainy. Someone who was in the past written as a fanatic and a murderer is now seen by many stubbornly as a hero. Although I suppose if you think about it, that's not really a new phenomenon. To an extent, the hero is essentially a criminal in many cases, as we've seen with The Birth of a Nation. But even knowing all this, how do we move forward? What stories do we tell to move past the ones we've told
corny.
and undo
Celtic.
City?
12 months. Let's go, Celtic. Thank you.
Celticness just subscribed for 12 months.
Welcome in, buddy. Can we get a shout out for Celtic?
Alan Moore pretty famously did not think highly of Frank Miller. Moore was and is a prolific anarchist, and his writing has always reflected that, while Frank Miller oscillates between being an outright fascist and blatant racist, to a less intense but still very frustrating right libertarian, which explains the strange oscillation between political extremes in his work. They couldn't be more literal opposites. Moore considered Miller a fascist outright, and made similar comments to the ones shown earlier about Miller specifically, saying, "He has a pretty sub-fascist vision, even from the days of the Dark Knight. It's the idea of one man, perhaps on horseback, who can sort out this mess. It's a bit too Birth of a Nation."
Bro, Alan Moore was fucking calling this shit out a long time ago. The GOAT. The GOAT. Can we just, guys, read an Alan Moore graphic novel, please? V for Vendetta, Promethea. If you're a soft boy who has a little bit of, a penchant for spirituality and or like mythology, Promethea is so good. Promethea is such a good graphic novel series. However you can get it, read it. It's so good. The Killing Joker is super good too. His Batman, very good.
I said around about 2011 that I thought it had serious and worrying implications for the future if millions of adults were queuing up to see Batman movies, because that kind of infantilization, that urge towards simpler times and simpler realities, that can very often be a precursor to fascism.
Yeah, The Killing Joke,
I think Moore was right here, and the evidence can be seen in how the villains in these stories often, in the past and present, have reflected racist values and ideas, or helped enshrine stereotypes about criminals, the mentally ill, and other groups, as well as legitimized violent, racist, and colonial forces. There's much to be said about how even seemingly anti-racist films like the Black Panther franchise, or Falcon and the Winter Soldier, actually make their ideological positions against liberatory anti-colonial movements. It doesn't help that Moore was also somewhat right about Miller when he called him a fascist. Miller's work post The Dark Knight Returns is quite hard to read. His comic Holy Terror was written directly in response to 9/11 and rejected
Jesus
by
Christ
DC for obvious reasons. Racism and bad art chief among them. In 2011, when the Occupy Wall Street movement began, Frank Miller was noted for saying this: "The Occupy movement..."
I was wondering whether this would come up too. Yeah, Frank Miller was such a piece of shit about Occupy. I'll never forgive him for it. I remember when this was coming out.
Whether displaying itself on Wall Street or in the streets of Oakland, which has with unspeakable cowardice embraced it, is anything but an exercise of our blessed First Amendment. Occupy is nothing but a pack of louts, thieves, and rapists, an unruly mob fed by Woodstock-era nostalgia and putrid false righteousness. These clowns can do nothing but harm America.
Once again, once again, like, I mean, if you weren't around for Occupy, you maybe didn't notice the similarities of how people talked about it with how they talked about the encampment movement, the student intifada, but it was all right there. And once you stay in this long enough, you notice. You notice. Tim Pool must have read that. Dude, Tim Pool was like way in support of Occupy back then. He was way in support of it. There were a lot of libertarians in Occupy. It was actually very much not a strictly progressive movement. It was weird like that, actually. Occupy was actually pretty ideologically diverse. And that may have been its downfall, if I'm being honest.
Occupy.
It felt like, in Occupy, it felt like everybody was like trying to figure out what we really believed. It genuinely felt like we were like, it was just like, it was just a moment of like exploration in a weird way. And maybe I'm projecting my experience on the entire movement, but it felt like it was like just like the beginnings of a lot. And I think it was the beginnings of a lot, you know, but it didn't have any real like, it was really influential, but it also had no potential. When was Occupy? 2011. Mass movements since have learned a lot, and we've learned a lot from Occupy. I mean, like, these things, I always say this, like, the movements do not just start from when they start, you know? We're always building on and bringing lessons from the past. And, you know, like, the students who are part of the student intifada will be with us in the street for the next thing. And they'll be helping us and teaching us, and, like, you know, we all learned from that, and we will move forward and to the next thing, whatever it is, you know.
Is nothing short of a clumsy, poorly expressed attempt at anarchy, to the extent that the movement, some movement, except if the word bowel is attached, is anything more than an ugly fashion statement by a bunch of iPhone, iPad-wielding, spoiled brats who should just stop getting in the way of working people and find jobs for themselves. Wake up, pawn scum. America's at war against a ruthless enemy. In the name of decency, go home to your parents, you losers. Go back to your mama's basements and play with your Lords of Warcraft. Or better yet, enlist for the real thing. Maybe our military could whip some of you in shape. They might not let you babies keep your iPhones, though. Try to soldier on. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, liberals were against Occupy. There was a lot of, like, the common attacks against Occupy back then were like, oh yeah, well, what are your demands? What are you demanding? What are your demands? What are your demands? And of course, like, when the encampment movement happened and the demands were incredibly clear, that made no difference. You know, Occupy was kind of cool because I was 18 and mad about shit, but had no ideological understanding of why. And there's a shitload of other people who were in the same boat. Exactly sailing. I was also 18 at the time. My politics was very, very all over the place. I had, you know, anti-capitalism wasn't a part of it really. But after Occupy, it was. It radicalized me. Yeah. ACAB and anti-capitalism were like the main things that came out of Occupy for me. And it's shifted. I mean, it put me on the path that I'm on now. Like, here I am, like 14 minutes later, or 14 years later. Sorry, minutes. 14 years later, still speaking that truth. I've obviously learned and developed a lot in that time, but you know, the thing I learned at Occupy is like the core thing. And that's why I'm always like, hell yeah. And every mass movement, people like that are born. Every single time people watch their friends get beaten by the fucking pigs at a protest, like 5 more people are a lifetime committed to the movement. And that's what they don't get. Like, the repression will never work.
Jesus Christ, dude! Even Frank Miller, to give a droplet of grace to him, though he does not really deserve it, has made some comments later on in his life being a little more aware of his writing trends and issues, acknowledging that his work didn't really reflect the best version of himself that he could be proud of. When Birth of a Nation came out, many black creators responded by creating race films. These early black films existed specifically to counter the film's harm and racism, and use the medium to create a more positive outcome. Filmmakers like Oscar Micheaux created films to directly counter the Birth of a Nation's propaganda, producing masterpieces like The 1920s Within Our Gates, a film about anti-black violence and the savagery of racist white American culture. Birth of a Nation accidentally helped bring African American films to the forefront as the black community responded to it by making their own art. Unfortunately today, many of these films were lost, while The Birth of a Nation is, as you know, taught in every film class ever. But like these films, many comic writers, more included, have written stories directly in response to the kinds of racism and prejudices that Frank Miller and writers like him embedded into their work. The kinds of prejudices inherent to the genre. Those stories should be remembered and preserved and celebrated, just like the anti-racist work of directors like Micheaux, and how they were able to redeem the motion picture as an art form and pave the way for actors like Sidney Poitier. The work of black and brown comic writers and anti-fascist writers like Alan Moore has, in my opinion, redeemed the genre in many ways, and proven that it does have value as a tool of resistance, as a tool of storytelling for people whose stories are not allowed to be told. I don't think the superhero genre is entirely worthless, nor is my goal with this video to make anyone feel bad for enjoying the genre. Instead, we need to unpack certain trends within the genre and the fandom, so that we can understand it better, and understand the community around it better. We should be asking ourselves these questions. What does it mean for the superhero genre that it has these roots? What does it mean to be an anti-fascist fan of this genre? What does it mean to write anti-fascist stories within the genre, and can it even be done? Fan communities often reject these questions.
I think another actual great like anti-fascist film within this genre, The Boys. I was like thinking about The Boys, but I think more appropriately, the Amazon show that Boots Riley did. I can't think of the name right now. Fuck. We watched it on stream a long time ago. I'm a Virgo. I'm a Virgo is an incredible addition to this. Like, it is an anti-fascist genre superhero film. It's really good. Really good.
Questions because they don't want to engage with the political aspects of these works, but they are there regardless. And obviously every comic book writer isn't doing what Miller was and putting their own political beliefs on screen through the characters, but Miller was doing it, and some comic writers still do, and even if they weren't, the fact that they're influenced by Miller's work means that his politics live on through them. The YouTube channel Jose has a great video on the Secret Empire run of Marvel Comics and its views on fascism. The X-Men comics have always been about fascism and racism, and are prime examples of comics that can be used.
X-Men is actually, I just got chills. Oh my god, X-Men is so fucking good. And he's 100% right. X-Men is a great example of anti-fascist genre superhero writing. X-Men is so fucking good.
Used to call truth to power and tell really impactful and prescient stories about our political environment. We should always value the stories we tell to fight against racism, fascism, and propaganda, but we shouldn't be afraid of confronting those same stories when they do the opposite.
No, X-Men is incredible.
Have the potential to say and mean so much more than we allow ourselves to engage with. And if we allow ourselves to engage with them more sincerely, rather than lean into comfortable ignorance, we can see that. When we do so, we only insult our own intelligence, and frankly, the propaganda does that enough already. No more. We have the capacity to tell stories that inspire people to resist and fight back. We have the capacity to tell stories that have real, tangible effects on the world. Part of the importance of this genre, like Stan Lee said, is its ability to portray the ideals of personhood. In a world faced...
X-Men also makes radical violence villains too, though. It does, but I think... I don't know, man. I think there's like... an Israel like angle almost in Magneto that is like there, I don't know. Yeah, there's like a Zionist angle to Magneto that's kind of interesting, but it also gets more. I think they handle it with nuance. He was a Holocaust survivor, yes, and like has like a vengeance, and in some ways he's correct, and in some ways he's the right one, and in some ways he goes over the top. I think it just deals with that in general, like trauma and like the striving for justice and demands. Also, the new one, the new TV show, X-Men 89 or 91 or something. I don't know what I forget what it's called. 97. Yeah, the new TV show I think actually like deals with this incredibly well. Cuz like throughout the TV show, Magneto goes from like they're all like, okay, we're on your side now, and then it's like, nope, you're right, we need to fucking fight back. Like it does go there for me. It's really good. I'm really excited for I think they're making more seasons, right? It felt like at the end of the last season they're making more.
Facing climate collapse and fascism,
it was good.
Where mutual aid and solidarity are the only.
It was really good.
We should strive to create stories that mirror that reality and help us express ourselves and explore new ways of being in this world. I found myself really interested in the newer runs of Marvel's Ultimates and DC Absolute. Both worlds seem to be focused on redefining classic heroes for a new era in a way that feels fresh but also topical. We've seen before.
Second season's gonna be fire. One of the creators was a bit weird. I don't know about the creator, but they even have like a little bit of a Zionist like Israel. Because they have in that series, they have a mutant only nation, and I think it's on like Madagascar, which is the Nazis' original like Genosha. Yeah, isn't it like on Madagascar? Yeah, it's like the mutant nation state. No, I mean it is yikesy, but like it's in the like. It's a whole conversation that is had in the show. It's very interesting.
How the superhero genre can bring to light real life issues and events and expand our understanding of the world around us through fiction. And while the origins of the genre may be shrouded in an ugly past, how we use what we've created now is still and will always be up to us. So before I go, here are some great titles to start reading. Absolute Superman, Action Comics number 987, The Immortal Hulk run, specifically number 26, but the entire run is great. The Secret Empire series is also really good, and Jose's video on it is linked in the description. And now is also a great time for y'all to drop your own recommendations in the comment section. What have y'all been reading? What do you want to share? What do you think of this concept and of this video?
I kind of want to read these. The Immortal Hulk, the Ultimates, the Absolute Batman. These sound dope. I would love to read more comics. Somebody once showed me like a really cool app to read comics on your phone. But I think I downloaded it, but
do you feel like it's possible to tell anti-fascist stories in the superhero genre, and what do you think that looks like? In the meantime, I've been Anansi. Thank you for watching this video.
Dude. Anansi, you fucking killed it, my guy. What an incredible video. Chat, please consider subscribing to Anansi's Patreon. Check out the link tree. Subscribe to the YouTube, please. Please subscribe to the YouTube. Thank you for linking me this video and for pushing. I like a bunch of people suggested it. Y'all were right. It was fire. Absolutely fucking fire. Good times. Good times. Okay, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. We're gonna end the stream, but before we end the stream, we're gonna do a little community building exercise. Try to think of each other as people and not just usernames on the screen. So we do this every night. Okay, let's get some feeling words. How are you feeling? What are the feeling words right now? How are you guys feeling? Stressed. My tummy hurts? Oh no. Cooked. Cozy. That's a good one. Inspired. Hell yeah. I like that. Exhausted. Anxious. Reinvigorated. Fuzzy. A lot of exhausted. Get some sleep, guys. You guys need rest. Go rest. Get some sleep. We all need to go to sleep. We all need to go to sleep. Nervous weed. Thank you, the troll. I feel weed. You're the one keeping us up so late. Okay, guilty. Guilty. Trapped. Oh no. I hope you get some freedom. You can break out of that prison, whatever it is. Down with all prisons, including the ones in our heads. Overexposed to my ironic side because of your Rumble time. The Rumble stream is I'm trying to do it for a week as part of like a YouTube video that I'm making. We'll like edit together the week of highlights from the whole week and be like, I streamed on Rumble for a week. I don't know. I think it's a good idea. Introduce some of the YouTube frogs into our vibe here. How's your schedule working with it being functionally a couple hours later than the LA streams? Well, I mean, it's like, I think it's fine. Here's what I need. If you like this space and you like the stream, the best thing you could do is just come over here around like 6:30 Central Standard Time. Check if I'm live. You know, I think the worst part about it is that I want to go live at 6:30, but that's 4:30 Pacific time. And so if I go live at 6:30, Hassan probably has like 3 or 4 hours more of content. And so a lot of times, like, I do the stuff I'm like really eager to like go live and talk about, I will do like at the beginning of the stream. And I love my community that's in here and supports me like that. Y'all should come too, you know? If you're tired of Hassan, come check it out over here, you know? That's the only thing, is that I worry that I'm not like my best content when I'm the hottest and I like immediately get on to stream. I burn it, and like most of the audience is in here because they're watching Hassan. So yeah, but more and more of you are coming every time, so I think I just need to do it, and you guys will come. So I really appreciate that also. What else? Okay, appreciation. Give a word for something you appreciate. And then we have one more after this. My partner, beautiful. Community, me too. Me too. My health, good one. My kitties, good one. Good one. Look at this guy. I appreciate him. I appreciate him. My D&D group. Oh, that sounds fun. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. I'm not alive. That's a good one. Yeah, being alive is a W. Palestine, W. Okay. Last thing is we're going to open up space for tension. If you have any tension, something that's not sitting right with you, whether it be with the stream or anything in your life, this is a space for you to air that out. We're not going to solve it, maybe, but we can, you know, give space for that tension to exist. No more tents. We need more Rumble viewers. True. Career replaced with AI. Yikes. That's a good one. Imposter syndrome from Die Happy Music, the best beats maker I know. What? I'm unmotivated and can't get myself to apply for jobs. Yeah. That's a real one. That ain't right. Racial tensions I've been seeing in online spaces have been wild. Yeah. True. I still think a lot about how we can fight against that stuff, and it's hard. Yeah. Left a career I liked for something more stable. Oh man. Oh man, Bad Willie. I hope we can find peace in that situation. Not knowing much about it, it's hard to say, but okay, well, thank you guys so much. We're gonna raid out. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, I believe, and then Friday night I'll be off. Except for maybe I'll do an IRL Friday night. Actually, check back with me tomorrow. Maybe we'll do IRL Friday night because I'm gonna go to a phone banking thing for decarcerate KC, fighting against the new jail. So I'll do that for a little bit, and then I think after that I will do a IRL stream because it's First Fridays, which is a really cool little part of Kansas City where you can like walk through a bunch of different little galleries and like people are partying on the streets. I think it'll be a fun little IRL stream. So I don't know, maybe I'll get a group. Maybe it'll be me and Joan and Casey and I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'll reach out to them. Maybe I will. We're gonna raid over to a good friend of mine, Rhizome. We came on the stream on Monday to give us the whole lowdown on this Rumble stuff. You guys may know him. If you don't know him, you should definitely get to know him. Join the Discord. Follow me on Rumble. Okay, don't. I don't know. What am I doing, man? Yeah, join the Discord and show some love over on Rhizome's stream, please. Rhizome, instrumental to my start on this platform. His like raids were iconic, and I always, as a smaller streamer, whenever Rhizome would raid me, it would make my night because his chat would stick around and just make the stream so much more fun. I like to think that's how our stream is as well. You know, I've heard people like our raids a lot, and so I want to keep that reputation up because you guys are a really amazing community on this platform, so I feel proud. You know what I mean? Anyway, enjoy it over in Rhizome. If you're not following, please go follow. Please go follow. Okay, bye-bye.